Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. This is the end of May, and I had one extra project this month, and that was to play the game Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Right. Spent a great amount of time playing the game, squeezing in as much time as we can to play it. Interlaced with all the language learning that I've been focused on. We spent 2 weeks, 2 weeks on the game. And usually at the end of a game, like the game, I would do these segments called Candid Conclusions. And I'll try to do the usual routine of going over what what it's about, but generally it's my way of recording something for my own posterity and for anyone who's interested. I had many thoughts about this game, so we're gonna hop right in and go over the details. Typical routine. So to start, I want to fill in on what exactly I do during these segments. So I usually unofficially refer to them as candid conclusions. And there are a lot of things dealing with my current thoughts at this very point, and thoughts are meant to change, right? They change over time, and all the experiences wrap around. So candid conclusions is a way for me to provide some sort of summary. The summaries are a thing. People like to enjoy summaries, maybe a form of review, right? And that's one of the major motivations are doing a this is as a companion piece for the day one opening opinions, right? Opening opinions. So much like what I bring into it, the decision making and whatnot, it happens on the beginning of the day. So it's a summary of my intent, what I know, things and impressions that I'm going into, and why this game and all that. That's to provide retrospect in the future, as well as retrospect for this segment, the candid conclusion. So I usually refer to day one to see how much has changed or what has happened and whatnot, to contextualize these things. So to break up candid conclusions, I typically start with by the numbers. I call it the by the numbers piece, which is talking about the facts. The facts tend to be what there is. Attempting not to spoil too many things, but spoilers will happen. But facts, what there is in the game or the product, the thing that I'm reviewing, right? Right. And this is where is my compromise. We start with the most quote unquote objective things that are, hey, this game has levels in them, this game has weapons, and it has turn-based stuff, that kind of thing. So non-disputable facts, right? And we typically go from the most objective to the most subjective that I'm comfortable to go into. This provides a framework because typically some people are only interested in the facts, and then when they're invested in the facts, they might want to hear the interpretations of those facts, and then so on. So the next area would be, I'm starting to get a better idea of what I want to call this segment, and we're gonna say it's the profiling. So the second bit is profiling. This is where we take archetypes and or patterns and spin them as a framework. So we take the facts and we introduce archetypes and patterns. So this is where your correlation stuff, correlation, not causation, correlation, right? Correlation and coincidences. So often this also takes into account anecdotes. And these archetypes and stuff are largely anecdotes based on my experiences. Or my knowledge. Based on my knowledge. So not necessarily my personal experiences. It's my knowledge that I gathered from others, or by observing others. So this is when you take the facts, lots of the facts, and I try to create a structure around archetypes and coincidences and anecdotes. So it's almost like facts. But it's to create a narrative with those facts, right? And I do have to make a constant disclaimer. And that's that these are meant to be summaries and reviews. So that means this is not comprehensive. I think oftentimes when people look at summaries and reviews, they often get a little upset and or disappointed that a singular human being who has a collective experience did not include their opinions, their knowledge, missing facts. I know that I cannot know everything. I know that I choose not to show everything. Most of the time it's dealing with the things that are most important to me in the moment. So when things don't come to me, this is all improvised. This section, this type of thing is improvisational. So I didn't write anything prior to this. So it's not comprehensive. If I miss a point, perfectly valid. Contribute, right? That's awesome. I'm trying to think of how to collectively put all my orders in. And I like doing it live. I like practicing this stuff. Speaking improvisationally keeps me active in how to think on my feet, right? And then writing and all this. It's kind of like teaching in a sense that when someone challenges you in real time, how well do you know your material, right? So that's kind of wanting to disclose that. I might miss points because I'm human and I didn't write a reference or anything that would help me collect all the data. Right? One could say that this is why it's called a candid conclusion and not a scripted and or prepared conclusion. And there's no exhaustive research here. So pardon me for not being exhaustive about my research. Okay, and then once we get this, so we inject a bit of subjectivity, right, into our facts. This is where I feel it's the next thing that people are most interested in. They are interested in, is this game for me? Or would you recommend this game for me? Since I don't understand, I can't possibly know the details of my stranger, like any stranger, even people I've talked to for years now, if they choose not to express things and interact with me, I can't possibly ascertain for certain that the things I say about applies to them. So in order for me to frame all these facts on how I interpret things, and if you are my close friend, what I recommend and stuff, I usually leave it up to archetypes, patterns, correlations, and coincidences. With enough correlation and coincidences, you can reasonably suggest something without necessarily feeling uncomfortable in making guarantees. I do not make guarantees. Rarely do I ever say, when someone says, what do you suggest? Do you think this is the best thing? I can't answer that. Most of the time, I would say as many facts that I can show, and I can frame the facts in order to give the person an educated response, like an educated choice making, like they can make the decision. If they are unable to, I think of a theoretical person, a person that in the scheme of things, right, looking at the gaming industry, looking at consumers, reading feedback and stuff, it's a wealth of knowledge on the internet. And there are many correlations and coincidences in both business practices, distribution, advertisement, game development, and behavior responses. So I take some of those archetypes and I use it as a way to highlight what the game does. And then occasionally, I don't typically spin these in negative ways because I think there's enough negativity about expecting like all your games to be free and everything in life to be free, and yeah, so it can get really extreme. So what I take is I take an artificial, an ideal, average, and or statistical correlation and use that as my point of reference. So I'm not referring to any specific person when I'm using profiling. You can construct your own informed decision when you think, oh, this point of this archetype refers to me, but I'm more this point, but this game has both of these. Is that good enough? Right? So it's great to frame facts and then introduce a little bit of pattern recognition in order to demonstrate, like, hey, if all of the things on the left side sounds good, remember that all the things on the right side also are bonuses or maybe deal breakers. And oftentimes what I do now for this segment is I usually pick deliberately, I pick two contrasting or seemingly contrasting on appearance positions. And this allows one to create some comparison and contrast. So for example, turn-based versus I don't know, real time. These are comparative and contrasting elements. There are thoughts and behavior associated with both turn-based and real time. The perceptions of turn-based and real time aligns with other types of mechanics and consumer elements more frequently than the others, right? Like when you think of a real-time game, you think of a minimized turn-based element in the game. However, you can still have a game that is turn-based and real-time, which brings us to Clair Obscur. So we'll get in that. And I use this two contrasting positions because nowadays that provides clarity. It provides a great foundation for clarity before I add all the messy bits into it, like well, it's not really this, it's not really that. But remember that we can use these archetypes to frame what is entirely catering to, like, say, a turn-based enthusiast versus a real-time competitive gamer. I'll let you decide on your own. It is very popular strategy for the internet, and it's a very nice starting point because when you can think of left and right, wrong, hard, easy, all, none, that's where we start. So outside the facts are in totality definitely number one. People don't argue about that. It's just stated. It's like, that's fine. And then interpretation of those facts create archetypes. Like, oh, this game is basically a Souls-like, or this game is basically Final Fantasy, that kind of thing, right? It gives us an archetype. And then my last step, which is when I infuse my own. So the last step is the most subjective, which is I infuse. I don't know what this segment's gonna be called. We're gonna call it the personal takes. So this is where I mess up the contrast. So I interpretively think about and add my own opinions. So this is where my opinions really happens. And that's usually, without saying too much, people don't care about other people's opinions until they are invested in the facts and their overall knowledge and position reductively. And then you finally get to, I'm interested. May I hear your opinions? So at the very last take is my opinions. These are things that I'm going to say about my personal experiences, right? My personal experiences. Highlights I want to mention. Maybe this is where I will end up digressing. So I will be going off in random tangents, points that I want to highlight, like the idea of hybrid gaming, the definition of high fidelity, the defining traits of gold standards, and things like game of the year, that kind of thing. So we'll fit some of this stuff in. And then very lastly, which is probably the shortest segment, and to cap it all off because a lot of people like the TLDR, so the last section is TLDR, which I'm not the biggest fan on numerical ratings, but I will try to provide a rating, right? But the rating has a twist. It combines all the things above. So there'll be a rating for the archetypes, which allows to try to say, like, if you're of this archetype and of this archetype, and if it's like together or both or a little bit half and half, where would the rating be, right? And then I would then introduce my own, right? My own rating. just as a last thing, because ratings are easy and they're less investment. If someone say it's a 9, if you went through the facts, you went through the archetype, and you understand who you're watching, then the 9 will mean something in those varying levels, right? And this is Candid Conclusion. Candid Conclusion is my attempt to summarize and review a very long investment. I invest a lot of time. I'm incredibly, I would say on average, maybe above average, invested in any one project for quite an extensive amount of time. So I like to give proportionally how much time a product has for me. And Clair Obscur is very, very high up there. I did not plan on immediately playing Clair Obscur. I did know I was going to, which go back to the day one. I explained most of that. And sure enough, most of those things came true. And we're gonna go and get into it now. We have 4 hours. So, I've been trying out a new way to lay things out. So today, as always, Candid Conclusions deal with improvisation, and I like to spin it differently. I don't usually do the same format, like gameplay, story, and I don't frame most things out of habit. I think it's a lot more intellectually stimulating when you keep on trying new ways to express yourself and lay out things. That's what led me to many of these things that I have now. I provide a little bit of structure here. Okay, so let's get into it. This is where everything will become more of a flowy thing, because I thought about it a lot. We had about 100 hours, I think, with Clair Obscur. 100 hours to think about this, and I talked about a lot of these things throughout the game as well. So let's frame Clair Obscur. In order to do that, we're gonna mix up a few things, right? So what colors did I use? This is gonna be color coded. I tend to color code my things for organization purposes. So while we want to try to do the numbers, I think we're gonna do a little bit of introduction for profiling, and it'll sort out the numbers a little bit. So for profiling, we got to think of a couple keywords. One keyword that I want to start off with, or a key phrase, is right in the center. We're gonna start right in the center. And it's 3 letters. R, P, G. And I think this is a very excellent place to start, because I listened to a lot of interviews and whatnot, and the idea is that we must limit our scope a little bit to what is it that the statement that the developer has made about raising the standard or providing a high fidelity experience. And the one to like narrow it down a little bit. Mind you, RPG is a huge subgenre, right, or a genre, but it's smaller than including competitive shooters, cooperative games, and live service models and whatnot. So the RPG, now they still exist in all those mediums, but we're going to talk about RPG. And when it comes to RPG, we have, at least in my opinion, so these are my opinion things, so perhaps also we're gonna switch over to, I use purple for my opinion. Okay, so in my opinion, there are 4 big archetypes, and what we're talking about is consumer archetypes that I want to bring in, and these are in my opinion. So there are 4 archetypes that constitute a really big portion of RPG interest when it comes to types of gamers. We have, and these are the sub archetypes, right? And the sub archetypes are JRPG. I'll let you define that. I'm gonna use some of these. So we have the JRPG, personal, or no personal bias, but I do resonate with JRPG. Then we have the action RPG, right? We also have the so it's kind of hard. This one's gonna need a little bit more here. So we have the ARPG, and then we have the, I'm gonna call it the character. Oh no, then this overlaps. Let's write these out because it's not sufficient. We have the action RPG. We have the character RPG. And we have the computer RPG. Or is it classic? We're gonna call it computer. I'm gonna use computer. This might not be the way people use it, but I'll describe it. So, to give a really quick summary, JRPG, we're talking about like Final Fantasy and Persona. Okay. Action RPG, we're talking about Path of Exile 2. I'm gonna name something like recent, right? Path of Exile 2, Diablo. I don't know why I said Diablo like that. Probably because I'm brushing up on my Spanish. And then we have the character RPG. Elden. Let's do Elden Ring. And I need a second character RPG. Witcher. And then we have computer RPG or classic RPG. I'm not sure which one, but we're gonna say Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 3. And let's do Pathfinder. Now, while there are many qualities that overlap between a JRPG, ARPG, what I refer to as character RPG, although a lot of people often say action RPG for Elden Ring and Witcher and whatnot, they're character RPG, and I'll have a distinction for that. And then computer RPG. Now, they are very recognizable as a whole. When you see Final Fantasy, you see JRPG. What are those things? There's mechanical complexities, lots of characters, right? Drawn out cutscenes, stylized UI. That a lot of these will come into play soon enough. And then action RPGs, whack, you know, sometimes you don't even see your character. Sometimes it's very difficult to see your character, and they're typically isometric and really far out. So it's about the action, the screen filling action, the constant action that you're making. That is why I refer to them as action RPGs. And then Japanese RPGs. Now the Japanese represents the cultural aspect of Japanese. So lots of people would look at it like from a Western perspective would look at it as more the elements, the mechanics. It's turn-based, maybe some action time battle. Occasionally now is using hybrid action battle, turn-based mechanics like a materia system or the Picto system. Those are but it's infused by the Japanese culture. Like, understanding of the Japanese culture demonstrates this interesting aspect. Western RPGs tend to feel more like character RPGs, which also highlights how much arguably much more popular FromSoft is when it comes to emphasizing character RPGs. Character RPGs are you, the character, not a cast of characters. Persona Final Fantasy Clair Obscur features a cast of characters. You are the omnipotent, omniscient person. There is narration, right? A narrative. And then there is a cast of characters interacting that you are the observer. A character RPG is when you assume the role of the character and everything revolves around that character. Geralt of Rivia, the Tarnish, you do not lose track of your character. Everything is from that perspective of that character, right? And there is some wiggle room between character RPGs and JRPGs. Lots of times people do a fusion between JRPG and character RPG, where technically, if you look at Clair Obscur, you can kind of resonate predominantly with one main character. But ultimately, in the scope of things, that main character is bolstered by every other character that is playable. There are more than one playable character, archetype, and they all contribute to a whole. In a character RPG, the character is you. You are the main character. You project your decisions into it. Geralt of Rivia does, like Witcher, does blend a bit of the JRPG style of like framing situations, but ultimately Geralt is a projection of you. You make the decisions. You affect the narrative in the sense that you can still have agency over what is being portrayed. Oftentimes JRPG is emphasis on telling a story within the intent of the developer while offering some freedom of choice that is not necessarily warping or changing the outcome. Like a great example of where it gets fuzzy is like a BioWare game. You know, the reactive nature. Character RPGs are far more reactive in the manner that it allows the player's expression. JRPGs give decisions that are within the scope of the characters themselves, not the characters you want to be, the characters themselves. So no matter how much you want this person to be a smart person because you think they're cute as well, they behave within the realm of their storytelling. Character RPGs lean heavier on freedom. Like if you want to be a absolute jerk, you can annihilate everyone in Elden Ring. Like all your NPCs, you can just axe them. And there are some elements of that. But the thing is, when we're talking about Clair Obscur, because Clair Obscur is going towards the hybrid sense, and that creates more hands in cookie jars. And then we have the computer RPG, which is, again, all these overlap to some extent, but the computer RPG goes absolutely where you combine the story traits of JRPG and you elevate them to the story conditions of character RPGs. So your character and JRPG is entirely front-loaded into the writing. So we're getting closer to like BioWare, which Lorian's Baldur's Gate 3 is a unhinged masterclass of the realization that you can have those things. but they are also incredibly rare. So Baldur's Gate did, in fact, did a gold standard of hybridizing JRPG elements and character RPG elements. That highlights them, but these are rare. They come along, in my opinion, they do, where they manage to balance the things. The 4 of these have contrasting points that makes them distinct from each other, right? If you're thinking about all the things I highlighted in a great way, like things that I'm confirming, there are things that do not confirm these. Like a character RPG lacks a complex system that deals with planning. A lot of times, like that stuff gets stripped away because it's a character RPG. It doesn't have characters you don't care about. For example, character RPGs surround you and make you important. If suddenly a character RPG decides this boss is your new character now, you need to remove your old character because your old character doesn't belong in the narrative anymore. That is not something a character RPG would commonly do. In JRPGs, anything can happen to your character. Your character is a consequence of all your other characters. Sometimes your character is not even there anymore. Your character, the character you start with, you can lose your character. In fact, one of the more impactful storylines, which, by the way, to me, I think it was from day one, the moment I read that Act 1 was listed by the character name, I knew that Gustav was not going to be the character after Act 1. Those are the expectations of storytelling. They're not the expectations of desire of a character. Character RPGs have a superhero. We'll talk about these 2 very soon because that's what Clair Obscur decides to point their directional philosophy. Not that they might have gone out to do in the first place, coincidentally, right? We're talking about coincidences now. Where the inspiration and stuff that would line up, it lined up between JRPG and character RPG, not action RPG or computer RPG. And those are going to be the elements that I list that are features of RPG games that are missing in Clair Obscur, but it may be beyond the scope of what they do because there are contrasting points. In action RPG, if it's all about the action, the character can be lost. What does an action RPG not have room for? Not even the distinction nature of your character. Your character is based on its actions that it can do. How fast and what kind of way do you dismantle the boss? It's not about the lore behind your character, which character RPGs rely on. Character RPGs rely on lore. JRPGs rely on narrative. Computer RPGs dispense with mechanical things in order to bring in the most reactive narration of the characters and the world building. So oftentimes their combat systems and their mechanics reflect responsiveness, not the element of its idiosyncrasies or its esoteric nature. Character RPGs are a projection of you, and they typically use intuitive designs that represent the player's decision making. Like, you want to whack things with big swords. That's great. Let's put in things with big swords. You want to feel good throwing rocket launchers at things or shooting large bolts of lightning. That's a projection of you. And they often offer very much choice in that nature. In a JRPG, you try to empathize and assume the empathy with all the other characters. You don't like magic? This character uses magic. Like, period. Just, you don't like to use this? A great game makes use of all of their characters. If you don't like some of the characters and their deal breakers, character RPG is more for you. Right? If you don't like to do certain things, JRPGs elevate all of the characters. A gold standard for JRPG is every character has their dislikes and likes, and that's the brilliantness of it. And then computer RPG completely focuses on that aspect. And then the rest of the stuff, when you're talking about like mechanics and stuff, they're dealing with interaction. of your actions, not the application or the theory crafting of it. Like, what I mean by this is, I know I have Baldur's Gate 3 written there. It's a very exceptional RPG. But when it comes to, like, does Baldur's Gate have a completely nuanced, esoteric way of interpreting how to allocate skills and stuff? No, it doesn't. It has a time-tested building block of, based on, like, the D&D model, right? It's not trying to create an obtuse interaction system or something. That's a little thing on the JRPG side of things. And then it's usually not in real time, and it's usually not like dynamic in the sense that every one of your characters are a part of you. You play many characters, you interact with many characters, and they are essential to your parties. You know, have a party, so then it takes away from the character RPG. You are the party most of the time. You are the man. Character RPG. And in action RPG, you can see that these represent the 4 spheres. And the 2 spheres that I want to go into that is relevant to Clair Obscur, in my opinion, because I only want to choose 2, and they're in order to compare and contrast. So, with that said, I will have to concede and apologize for the need of my compositional means. We're going to pick the JRPG and the character RPG. Now, there's something to be said about a AAA, like a AAA, whatever is considered AAA and AA. I think it is possible to incorporate all 4 of these in some grand scheme, but I think that can become too unfocused, right? So a lot of times when we think of AAA, this is going to be my take here. When you think of AAA and then AA, right? And that has been applied. These are buzzwords for a Clair Obscur. Clair Obscur often is in, this is where Clair sits. And oftentimes when we think of AAA, production, like volume, not the costs. We're definitely not talking about costs here. Cost is very nebulous, right? In terms of development, when we talk about, when I say AAA and AA, I'm talking about ambition and target scope. So Clair sits around, single A is more like indie. So target scope. So Clair sits around here. How's this? Most relevant groups, right? Or everyone. And A is niche. So this is what I mean by scope. If I'm talking about AAA, their goal is to combine as many design choices and archetypes so that it reaches the largest possible audience. Now, one of the trade-offs of AAA is often, like most humans, AAA has a reduce in specialty and an increase in inclusion. But a reduce in specialty can also be seen as a reduction in focus, right? It's a risk of focus. But this could mean an increase in generalization. Now, as you're going, AAA then gains these type of resolution. So AAA has Double A has somehow created a nice little middle ground where if you try to confine some of your focus, some of your target, it creates a bit insufficient focus without expending too much, like everywhere, like distributing your resources everywhere. So nowadays, when we're talking about Clair had discipline. In the way that I would say it, AAA can elicit a balance. The scope can elicit a balance of discipline and passion. So the discipline here is there wasn't anything, in my opinion, stopping the developers from saying, yo, Baldur's Gate 3 smashed it out of the window. Let's incorporate computer RPG games elements into it. What would that look like? They would have to write a narrative that has billions of branching paths, and it would make their story incredible, but it could be not appropriate for modeling a JRPG elements that they already have in place and a character RPG elements that they had in place in order to meet the scope of a branching narrative. One of the classic things about computer RPGs is exceptionally highly responsive character decisions, right? Not necessarily grand scheme scope, right? Like a wide overall narrative. I think that goes to JRPGs. JRPGs are there to give you a thematic motif, story written thing. Computer RPGs tend to focus on choice matters, choose your own adventure games in the realm of the world. And then character RPGs dispense with that by making you recognize yourself in the characters. So they decide to choose two of them that kind of complements well with their design. I think they did, but maybe it's a coincidence based on the experience that people wanted in the developer cycle. The interviews gave me this mix of passion and discipline, right? So that's kind of where I'm going with this. So we're going to choose these two because those are the two that I have the most examples of in Clair Obscur. The other two are nearly non-existent in design, and to me, the RPG group, the one that counts for like over 90% of gamers, belong to four of these archetypes. There's mix and match the characteristics of JRPG, action RPG, character RPG, and computer RPG. Those four account for many of the current designs that exist right now as of 2025. We'll rewind the clock back a bit, and let's assume a 7-year cycle. Maybe like 2018 is when Clair Obscur might have been conceived, right? And they have to take into consideration these things. Where is our audience? What are we doing and things? I'm not sure if it's entirely this way, because that sounds more like a AAA title or a title made for business. But I can imagine when it comes to passion, there's also empathy. So the idea is, what would be neat for a JRPG lover? What would be neat for character RPG? And there's also one very interesting thing if you look at the choices here. We have Final Fantasy, Persona for JRPGs. I named trendy ones, right? Up holding the banner, and they're on the uptrend. Final Fantasy, Persona. I'm gonna throw in a personal investment that I have, and Like a Dragon. Which Like a Dragon is also making that transition, by the way, the hybrid JRPG style. So you can see that, yes, well and good, JRPG is uplifted by the trending in Japanese RPG games. And then you have the character action game, the character RPG game. Elden Ring is arguably a big spot And then you have things brought by CDPR. We're talking about a French studio here, so it isn't the Americana made things, more so the European Americana-esque things, along with a very strong showing of FromSoft, right? And then there are others from China now coming about. Actually, I think Kazan is a mix, because Kazan is a large Asian group, so it can be a mix of a lot of things. So character RPGs, and then you have like Neo and stuff. They're largely still Japanese things. And one thing for sure is it's not a surprise that of the 4 characters, the 4 big groups, the ones that are most heavily inspired, that are mentioned in interviews, are of Japanese quality. So character RPGs and JRPGs are 2 areas that are heavily tied to the influence of Japanese culture. The reason why I want to mention this is in interviews, Sandfall interviews, Japanese things come up very, very often. And the theme of trying to elevate and offering high fidelity RPG comes in the reference and context of Japanese RPGs, and not JRPGs specifically, but things that are characteristic of Japanese developers and the Japanese audience. And a lot of them deal with Final Fantasy, Persona, and actually, if I remember correctly, pretty sure interviews with Sandfall, various people in Sandfall did mention Final Fantasy multiple times, Persona multiple times, and also I believe recently the director was very happy that Clair Obscur, it was critically well received in Japan, because it heavily inspires things. So it's not surprising that we're going to be talking about FromSoft in this discussion. The depictions, the artistry, many of the illusions, the type of dark fantasy. Dark fantasy is a lot of Final Fantasy and all of FromSoft. But I threw in Witcher because Witcher is a personal thing of mine. So I threw in Witcher as an alternative example of a character RPG that is trying to stretch. So CDPR tries to stretch into computer RPG, and they don't necessarily touch JRPG at all in that sense, but they try to stretch into other areas, right? Which that is a risk they take. And Cyberpunk 2077 is a great example of a character RPG that is continuing to develop that feeling of what makes computer RPGs great, right? And oftentimes when you think of computer RPGs, you actually think of, in my opinion right now, European design. And I know that sounds a little generic. I'm sorry, there are a lot of countries that contribute to computer RPGs, but it is exceptionally heightened. Like D&D stuff is, I would say, disproportionately still far more interested in that region than the United States, even then. I think the United States is solely, actually RPGs aren't even on the top in the United States. So we're specifically talking about RPGs right now, but you know, you have to take a nod to what is actually driving. If you're talking about actual business and popularity and game time, they are none of these 4 categories. They are not RPGs. They are competitive live service games. If we had to take about volume and playtime. So that's beyond the scope of this. We want to keep it focused on Clair Obscur. And these are the 2 that I think will create lots of transparency on its success as tackling the standards of RPG. And if I had to think about volume, right? Volume of variety, I would say a character RPG and JRPG are far more numerous than action RPGs and computer RPGs. Action RPGs and computer RPGs are still constituted as far more niche than it is JRPG and character RPGs. So when the director said they want to offer a high fidelity experience that combines modern day RPG elements and elevate them, it's probably to demonstrate the statements that might be a consequence of the volume of these things. JRPGs and character RPGs far exceed, in my opinion, from a publisher and a developer perspective, than ARPG and computer RPGs. Like, think about how many things come into competitive fights against PoE 2 and Diablo. There are very few other titles that come to mind, or even indie titles that attempt to do this that lines up with these. And Baldur's Gate 3 is a powerhouse. The other thing is Obsidian Games, right? Obsidian Entertainment. You have Lorien, Obsidian, and then maybe one other. In character RPGs, I can name a lot of character RPGs that can have a shot at the goal here. Like, you can make an argument that character RPGs practically border survival games, right? One can make an argument for role-playing games of survival nature, like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And then JRPGs, we just stopped the discussion there. Like, for me, it feels like every month there's a JRPG game. So I feel that one of the statements, I really felt the statement when the director said in an interview, they wanted to offer a high fidelity, like raising the standards of it. And that's cool. And they got Clair Obscur. So let's get into it. So let's go back. We still haven't even gone through the numbers. I know it's been 40 minutes, but I absolutely love talking about video games in this nature. So now we narrow our scope. Now we're not going to just talk about RPGs. We're going to talk about the two archetypes of RPGs that I feel will make talking about what's in Clair Obscur very convenient. Again, I'm excluding the others. So, and then every other example. So if you know them, you must love RPGs as much as I do. So that's for another time. Maybe we'll play a game that involves them. But for now, that's beyond the scope. I will make a little nod to them later. So we have the JRPG. So these are the archetypes, right? And at the other end, we have the character RPG. Now, I discussed already a lot of properties that align with JRPGs and character RPGs, or both. Sometimes you can find both, but we're gonna do a lean, like which one does it lean, right? And it's strategic that I put one on the left and on the right. So let's go to our first thing, which is by the numbers, right? The first section was supposed to be by the numbers. This means what's in the game. And I'm going to use JRPG and character RPG as a way to summarize and create quicker generalization. So JRPGs, turn-based. So you're a JRPG goer, turn-based, that's a social norm. Turn-based is a social norm, right? Character RPGs. Real-time dodge, parry, real time. We're not gonna spoil too much. Well, we can spoil real time, and that is defensive. Defensive. So we're talking about dodge, parry, etc. I'll leave etc. to those who want to play the game. Dodge and parry is introduced in the first couple seconds, so I think I'm okay with that. And then offensive. These are QTEs. A lot of people refer to these as QTEs. There you go. So, if you say, oh yeah, I like real time, so satisfying playing a character RPG. You gotta dodge, parry at the right time, and then you just smash the person's face in by entering a combination. Nailed it. This game has it. And then you're like, you know, I do like it in a turn-based way too. I don't mind like having to be ready to defend and attack. Nailed it. So now you have both. And in this way, these two elements, I'm gonna add a third column. Frequency. Or contribution. And this really means how much of the game emphasizes these things, right? Because sometimes you could be like, oh, someone could say, well, this game does have this, and it's like in 5% of the game. Like, oh, technically this game has a trading card game, and the trading card game is like a mini game that lasts 10 minutes. So you can technically say that. So we're going to add frequency and contribution. And by the facts, the turn-based elements and the real-time elements is in 100% of when they are applied. So in no way can you separate the real-time from the turn-based. Now, there's even more than that. There's also, if you're like, nah, I don't really need this, there are accessibility settings to turn off or to autoplay the character RPG. Because if you're looking at the two things that would be a limiting factor in enjoyment when it comes to like maybe physical accessibility, it's the character side of things. So you can actually, pretty sure it's a setting that allows you to remove inputs. So they took account for that. I absolutely love accessibility settings. It's underrated because not everyone concerns themselves with it. And then, you know, along with the standard stuff, blindness, hearing, vision impairment, there are many reasons for that, right? So there's also even accessibility functions for that. So that's in the game. It's turn-based, it's real-time, and it occurs together. They are coupled together. You do not, and it's not the first time, by the way. So one thing I have to emphasize is playing RPGs for nearly 30 years of my almost 40 years of life. All this stuff already exists in some shape or form together in a way. There are quite a lot of titles, but we won't mention most of those titles. Maybe I'll do in my personal take. But now you have both of these. So yes, you do have to wait your turn. You do take your turn, but at the very same time, immediately it's paired with something that you have to do in real time. So 100% compliant to both a character RPG goer and a JRPG goer. Now let's go into another highlight, like or by the number stuff. JRPGs expect what do you call it? We're gonna call it a character attribute system. Character attribute systems. So what is that? On the JRPG side, usually it has some sort of interaction with depth. So in itself, it occupies theory crafting. Theory crafting. So in this case, it's the Pictos, weapons, Lumina, we'll stick with that. Yeah, Pictos, weapons, and Lumina, right? There are also character systems. Character systems as in each character archetype. Inherent, we'll call it inherent systems. Or inherent traits, right? This is to be expected. And because of this, also you're necessarily obligated, or there's an encouragement to use them, right? You have to, these are essential systems. Now there is a bit of overlap on this side of things. Within the character, usually your character of choice, there may be forking archetypes. You have to make choices. So what is part of more of a character RPG? The talent system. Or in this case, we're calling it the skill tree. Skill trees are a lot more catered towards standardized in character RPGs. Not all JRPGs, and actually a lot of JRPGs do not have this type of like branching skill tree system. Largely they have progression systems where it is very fine-tuned to the actual character. So a character doesn't have the flexibility of, hey, but this talent tree is a little bit more of a flex towards character RPG. Like, do you want Loon to cast fire spells? Do you want Loon to cast ice spells? You could make, and they did it in a way that is less like JRPGs than they are character RPGs, because there are quote unquote viable multiple routes to play your character. So for example, in JRPGs, when a priest character, a white priest character, they are a white priest. They are healers. It is part of their narrative. This character is wholesome, kind, maybe a little bit of klutz, and part of their system and storytelling is they heal, and that's it. That's what they do. They heal. But in this game, you can choose all of them to be damage dealers, and how they deal the damage. They can all free aim. They can technically, and within their skill system, there is some flexibility in choosing your character's archetype and skill build. So for me, my entire team was glass cannons. Everything was ham as heck. And then near the very end of the game, I decided maybe I should do some support system. In a JRPG, if you walk into a battle and you tell yourself, I don't need a healer, or like a despeller or something, you're probably gonna get slapped in the face. Like, oh, you want to dodge this? You can't dodge this. Like, you'll die. So you need a healer. So the reason why I say this is I was watching one or two of the people that I watch a lot, and they were playing this game, and they went that way. They had a character that in the beginning, like when they were doing the duelists, the character tanked like massive. Like Mael was a tank. She was taking like 4 damage from the duelists, and we were around the same level. But because of all the mitigation you can stack onto it, Mael could take like 10 damage. My Mael took like 5,000 damage when it got whacked. All my characters died like 5 times over. It was to the point where you don't bother with healing. Like all of them are glass cannons, so you can't. Why heal when none of your characters can survive a hit? So that really caters to character RPGs, and it's to the point where sure, you might not like this character, which is more of the JRPG side, which we haven't highlighted yet, but the playing of the character has a lot of flexibility. When I think of JRPGs, the characters play like them, as in the characters are made to play like them. You get a lot of skills, but the skills are all themed around them. So in this way, it's a great compromise. You can make a character, like you can make Mael just sit there and face tank if you want. You can, because the Picto system, while there is this system of theory crafting and character attribute system, it has a lot of flexibility. So that is something that's absolutely a win for character RPGs. You don't like this playstyle for this character? Choose a different playstyle. So there are viable multiple playstyles for each. Sufficiently enough playstyles. Characters don't have ingrained archetypes in them. Like, I'm sorry, this person is a wizard. They cast spells. So even when there was like the intrinsic inherent steps, like Loon casts spells, but the spells can be different. The way you play Loon while she's casting spells can be different. So it's a hybrid between the two. And in terms of frequency and contribution, we're gonna say 50%, 50-50. 50-50. And this is where the hybrid comes in. So what am I saying about 50-50? Which technically is still 1-to-1, so you could make an argument it's 100%. However, not so much in this case. This one, like, I say 50-50 contribution because if you dispense with Pictos, like, you don't want to make complicated, over powerful things. It just needs to be powerful enough, and I think it's like 50% of contribution. And then your playstyle is 50%. If you don't want a playstyle and you just go with the playstyle that they're funneling you in, it's fine. Like, the weapons naturally lead you to an archetype. The Pictos, you don't have to be someone who's like a veteran in complex materia systems or something. If you like counterattacks, go look at all the counterattacks. If you like burn stuff, go find all the burn keywords. So in a way, you can have the game dictate your playstyle. Or you can make the story dictate your playstyle, as in wherever your experience is, if you pick up things and they line up, plug them together. And it might sound like to a character RPG player, they'd be like, it's not just boring, like you just pick up whatever and then you just slot in the same things and they work. Like, what if I wanted to play a certain other way? Well, you're never gonna find those things, or you haven't found those things, and that is that's a knock on. That's not a very great positive thing for character RPGs. However, it's enough. It's like a 50-50. So there is enough chances that you can see different ways to win, different ways to beat the game, which is why real time is great. There are different ways. Real time means no matter what you do on the JRPG side, right? So this is one of the biggest contrasts between the mindset between a character RPG and a JRPG. JRPG, you'll lose without understanding. Like, if you do not understand what is listed down here, you lose. Like, there's no amount of quote-unquote skills that will prevent you. But it's more like 50-50 in terms of this stuff, because you don't have to be a fantastic theory crafter. You can compensate with your play style and things that allow you to real-timely affect your choice. Like, real-time defensive and offensive strategies contribute to the success of your play style. Theory crafting can completely compensate for that too. So while I'm saying 50-50, I actually had more of a 80-20 split. And it stretches even further than that. With enough time, you can even blindly equip everything and you auto win. So with time, you can dispense with theory crafting in general with sheer brute force on the character side. So that's kind of one of those things. You'll always win as well, which kind of characterizes JRPG and character RPGs in the long run. The greatest, most satisfying thing is how much time you invest, and then that there is a guarantee of winning at the end. Not so much the story thing. We haven't gotten to story and narration, but one thing that character games tend to highlight is the idea that where there's a will, there's a way. And they decided to make a system that creates a contribution balance where you'll win if, say, you don't like something on the character side and you like something on the JRPG side. So both sides can become dominant. So when I say 50-50, I also mean that these can go up to 100%, almost nearly 100%, or the other way around. And I think that's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant way to go about it, where if you invest enough time in either or, they scale up based on their respective requirements. If you learn all the boss fighting techniques, like all of their patterns, you could sit there and do it for 3 hours. You'll still win. But it gives room for them to dabble in the systems. So the people can do as much as they want. So if it's 80% and you offload to 20%, that means they understand some percentage of the Picto system. It exposes them, and it's up to the guys on this side to say, yeah, you know what, let's make it a little bit easier, quote unquote easier, right? And oftentimes you think of it less skill, right? On the JRPG side, it's like, well, that's great. I could sit there and just do the same dodge, parry, QTE, and bootstrap the mechanics, but I didn't learn anything. A character RPG person would say, like, well, you didn't learn the boss patterns. The JRPG person would say you didn't learn the systems. Because if you learn the systems, you are arguably just as consistent as if you learn the boss mechanics. So now you have two things. You have a character RPG person who says skill issue. If you learn the boss's pattern, you always win. JRPG would say skill issue. If you learn the system, you always win. And it all scales up to there. So I think this is probably one of the nicest things. And the pacing is very important here. The accessibility of reaching this point goes all the way to the end of the game. Like, what I mean is, yes, you could sit there and learn patterns, but that doesn't improve your sight reading for the discovery process. Yes, you could sit there and theory craft, but you can't theory craft without picking up all the things. So what they did cleverly in pacing is that they paced out the mechanics well. The mechanics are paced out through loot, right? Through loot. in a loot cycle, or more like exploration cycle. And guess what? This playstyle is also paced out on exploration. So it's so beautiful. So yes, you could stay and master a monster, right, or a boss, but you don't improve, or you're not. It's not gonna guarantee that the rest of the game is going to be the same. Um, all of their so how do they pace out the right side on exploration? Different and escalating, even escalating, different and cumulative. Cumulative action challenges. So bosses get more elaborate. They get sneakier. They are constantly different enough and have cumulative action challenges, as in you feel growth while being challenged with new things. And for loot, and you need to explore to do that. You need to go to different locations, look at different monsters, and it's a treat, right? It's a treat. Loot is the same way. You go and explore every nook and cranny, and you get enough tools. Enough tools to recognize your builds in this manner. So the one action means that when you mature in your game progression, it's 100% of the time. When you're exploring and looking around, you're doing both. You're looking for new monsters to encounter, to elaborate, to expand your skill in the game, in the character RPG side, because what do you do in a FromSoft game? You walk around and you look for the next boss. Your growth and your reward is the expansiveness of your abilities to react to new patterns, and that's what you're learning, right? That's the exploration. You're inquisitively looking for new boss things. Meanwhile, while you're doing that exact thing, you are also rewarded for loot that can expand your learning and recognizing of the JRPG elements. So, and this has kind of been done in JRPGs and character RPGs in some extent. But if you think about how the loot system and the mechanics work in like a character RPG games, they are afterthoughts. They are often sidelined. They are streamlined to a point where they can be regressed into a single number, right? Like, oh, I need a strength weapon. Run, kill a boss. Oh, the boss is so good. And you pick up the loot. Oh, this is a magic weapon. And that's as much reward as you get for that, right? Meanwhile, JRPG is the opposite. It's like, oh, okay, this is a boss, but I'm really working on my build. I wonder what this boss is going to give me in terms of my build. Like, are they going to have a new mechanic which my build gets like circumvented, so then they introduce a new mechanic to me, so I have to work on my build some more, and then the boss will give me those builds. And the nice thing about even more meta than this is oftentimes I mentioned cumulative action challenges. So there is legacy in Clair Obscur. When you beat a boss or beat an enemy, it contributes to some knowledge and prep for the boss or the people in it for later stages, and they build on top of that. While it's natural for JRPGs to have mechanics that are realized in the process, so you have not only a goal visible to you, you have cumulative progress. It doesn't feel, in my opinion, I still think it's really funny when I get blindsided, but you don't get blindsided in either case. Over time, you do not feel like you get blindsided. Like, oh, okay, this boss, well, I played a bit of those enemies. Some of the enemies' elements remind me of what's in the boss, and that's kind of nice. So while you're also being challenged with new stuff, some of the old stuff is kind of thrown in a way that reminds you, oh, you can dodge these things, but you can dodge these things once you learn them. So you're still learning and growing at the same time. You're being reminded that you're growing in both a character RPG and a JRPG, because the JRPG classically is very easy to track how well your characters are growing, you're building, your theory crafting. They are constantly building. Like, you pick up a new Picto, you're like, I wonder how this fits into my build, or should I switch up this build? And then both sides can get blindsided, right? For example, in the beginning, oh, are you going? Okay, one second. Wait, are you guys going now? Are you outside? Give me a sec. All right, I'm back. Sorry, had to say goodbye to some visitors. Friend and my sister was home. Okay, so yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so pacing, fantastic. When you pick up a Pictos, the first thing I think about, you kill a boss, it's like, oh yeah, so here's the routine, right? New enemy type. Oh, what are these enemies? What are they gonna do? So you just sit there, you wait to see, and sometimes you get blindsided. And when you get into a new area, you're naturally going to get blindsided, right? But that's an expectation. But then you play an enemy, it's like, okay, so what does this enemy do? And then when you get to the boss, you kind of feel like it's attached to the area. And the Pictos, the loot, as well as the weapons, weapons, and plentiful lumina from the Pictos represent a lot of the game's mechanics that are existing in the area quite a lot. Like, oh hey, this mob, the gimmick of this mob is to damage themselves for shields. What is it going to drop from that mob? Gain AP when hit, but you stop gaining AP when dodging. That's in my opinion fantastic. So not only is the loot system on the JRPG, it's one of those things like you don't hear. Sometimes you hear the joke all the time. It's like, wow, it looks like we killed the slime and it happened to eat a whole house and some gold. And then you're thinking, well, isn't there a currency system in Expedition? It's chroma. Chroma is thematically appropriate because everything is made of chroma. Sorry, a little bit spoiler, but everything is made of chroma, and that's how it works. And they actually explained even the things you get from a creature. In fact, they also explain how Lumina works and Pictos work when in relation to the neurons that you are attacking and killing. They even do as much as incorporating details to why certain things don't disappear and certain things do disappear, and that you can't liberate chroma from like just anything, and certain chroma is liberated and certain chroma is not. Like you if you think about even the smaller details of world building and stuff, which we'll go into in just a little bit, but it's not like you can harvest people's chroma. But if you think about how they explained this in the beginning, the lumina converter, right? That's where they're getting lumina and how they're doing. They tried to explain most of that. It's like a little bit hand wavy, but it's attention to detail, in my opinion. So in both cases, well paced. You're looking forward to something, but you're looking forward to something 100% of the time between a JRPG and a character RPG. Like you go into a boss and you're wondering how your build is going to affect the boss. But at the same time, you're experiencing, okay, so what is the new boss's pattern? I'm ready for this. Like, okay, all right, now it's my turn. Let's see how effective my build is. So you go through almost compartmentalized feeling of reward back and forth. You get rewarded for investing in the theory crafting and the JRPG aspect, and you get rewarded for character RPG, and they meld together because the experience is constantly reminding you and incentivizing you what are the great parts of both. What is the most exciting? I know this is going to be a little bit we have to think of these as character archetypes, right? Not real people. Real people have a mix of all of these. Some people might say they might be all of one thing, but for myself, I'm in between. However, if I were thinking about the JRPG aspect, one of the highlights of JRPG is when you get that next piece of gear. When you get that next piece of thing to fill your build and then test it against the boss. And what I was saying, I remember what I was saying. In order to demonstrate something, I made glass cannons, and I chose to dump everything on fire and burn. And the first thing I think about when I'm thinking about JRPG is the moment I meet a fire-immune boss, I'm screwed. And how easy is it to re-theory craft? Very easy. Now, that combines the flexibility of a character RPG with JRPG. Like, you know, the whole time I was thinking like a lot of most people are thinking about when they first think about turn-based RPGs. They think about, okay, if I invest in this attribute and if I invest in this, you know, chat, tell me, what, give me some hints. Like, what stats are good? All of them. All of them. That's the best part about the game. Like, do dump everything in whatever you do. You can make it work. It can work. So it's one of the nice things about recognizing whatever your build is, but at the same time, the character RPG nature makes it so that dump it in whatever you want. But at the same time, they gave you enough JRPG depth that whatever you get dumped in on, you can double down on with both. So for me, no defensive stats. All speed, all crits. In early stages, I made all the crits, you know, rush for 100% crit, and everything was glass cannon. No vitality, no nothing. And all the way to the end of the game, I still didn't do any vitality or anything. By the end of the game, though, you get one-shotted a lot without building prior. But they're all or none builds are fun. Safe builds are fun too. And this time, I embraced the character RPG nature because it welcomed me with the open arms. I usually do not play full glass cannon, because generally speaking, in an RPG sense, you should be punished for playing one style. And I didn't get punished in the game. Like, from a JRPG perspective. Like, and then I keep thinking to myself, oh man, what if a boss is going to have flame immunity? Is that going to prevent me from success? It didn't, because that's part of the hybrid system that they have. You can make do even though you're a specialist. And that, to me, is the character RPG. When you specialize in something, there isn't anything that's going to say, hold up, you lose, because you don't understand the game's mechanics. In JRPG, when you stick to one style, you will eventually get your butt handed to you because you can't do anything to the boss. In a JRPG, it is designed to test your ability to use the system to turn a no-win situation to a win situation. Like, if I had full burn build and they were all glass cannons, the first thing, the obstacle that I would probably bump into did exist, but because of the character RPG, I can compensate for it. What was the first obstacle that I encountered? Gastrals. The suicide, like when they die, they explode on your character. I had to at least be able to dodge that. And the boss, the ultimate patate, Saka Patate, he acted every other turn with a cannon volley, and that was my first stop. But it didn't stop me from winning without changing my build, because I can use the character RPG side of things to win regardless of how inefficient my build is. In JRPG, you are just dead. You die. That's it. You're dead. There's not much you can do about it. And then this is where a character RPG person, the archetype, right, would say, oh, this game sucks. Like, it's not like the boss is hard or anything. It's just that they meta'd my playstyle. That doesn't take any skill. JRPG side was get good, learn how to use the system to to beat the boss. On the other side, when you lose, right, like the guy, like the Saka Patate, like shoots cannons at me, and then I'm complaining like, oh, my build is inefficient, but I can do it. But why does it have to be this? Why does the boss have to act so often, right? Act so often. And then a character RPG person would say, skill issue. You could dodge those things. You could parry those things. So in both ways, you can absolutely obliterate a boss without ever getting hit. So that's like the both worlds. You can hand a boss. You can even... There was a point, I think on the Saka Patate thing, I actually closed my eyes to hear, because I rely on my hearing a lot of times. There's audio cues, by the way, so I haven't talked about the real-time thing. There's accessibility designs for real-time stuff oftentimes. And there are also accessibilities. I forgot to talk about both accessibilities. So what is one of the defining highlight of accessibility for the JRPG side? Keywords. Their keywords are exceptionally consistent. I think it's really worth highlighting this. When you think about gold standards in complex systems, trading card games, puzzlers, roguelike games, keywords are absolutely essential. Keyword consistency is incredibly underrated, to a point where when you intuit it, you also are underrated. Like, people tend to underrate it. So like a character RPG person, when they think about a build in FromSoft games, oh, that's a strength build, that's a dex build. Those are keywords. Strength, dex, keywords. But that's like, okay, that's one layer of meta, right? FromSoft games are character RPGs first. They're not JRPGs first. JRPGs have tons of keywords, and when your keywords are consistent, even the most complicated UI, like very complicated, messy UI, keywords highlighting. So keywords, they are colorized, iconed, marked. There's a difference between marked and icons. So icons represent like the type of stuff. So like, what does the offensive stance in MyL look like? What does the defense stance in MyL looks like? And then what is the key word? Offensive, defensive, virtuoso. And they are color coded. And then they're iconed, and then they're marked, as in when it is being used and whatnot. It is also marked on the like the character, like a mark has a mark, right? When something's burning, it has other indicators in which it is burning. And then accessibilities on this side also follow the same gold standards. I know how people don't like this stuff anymore. Maybe it would be interesting to have a mode, which I have a feeling Clair Obscur might add. I don't know, but oftentimes accessibility is talking about making things easier. You can also make things harder, and there are ways to make them harder, which deals with removing accessibilities. But for now, the accessibilities, you can remove all the hits, but there's also other things like an indicator. Well, we're gonna call them flashes, but they're not really flashes, but they're tells. And tells come in effects, like camera movement, hit stops, flourishes, and color. So they have the fundamentals of those things too. So when you're thinking Pictos, it's like, there's all this like jibber jabber, like do 50% extra damage when not healing and stuff. But the idea is, even if you don't read the description of the Lumina or the Picto, the keywords are incredibly consistent to the point where if you haven't, I like to believe that most people have made the connection. When you hear the keyword energizing, it probably has something to do with AP. And if you equip all the energizing things, when you say energized, that means it's everything with response to doing an action that causes the AP gain. When you get energized, you get AP. So then when you say energize mark, energized shield, energized death, you know the keywords over time intuitively. That is excellent understanding of word mechanics. And this is something that is not a standard in JRPGs, in my opinion. Oftentimes there's loss in translation, there's English barriers, or whatever the dominant language is, and then there's organizational complexity issues. Like, oh, this is a burn, not burn damage, which burn damage is different from cinder, which is different from burnt. If you think that sounds ridiculous, welcome to the world of JRPGs. Because when you think of JRPG mechanics, you're thinking, oh, this character is burnt. But when you apply enough burnt, they become cindered. Cindered become like after they recover from cindered, they have burnt status. So they can't be burned again until their burnt status is removed. This type of thing, this like jibber jabber, like spaghetti stuff, can get really, really heavy. There was discipline and there was consistency. Keywords are exceptional. I didn't even talk about this during my gameplay because it's something that I don't reflect on anymore. if someone talks about keywords, talk about percentages, I'm there. I understand immediately when I see organizations in keywords, because I like JRPGs. I actually play a lot less character RPGs than I do JRPGs, because it's about the nuance of the language and the complexity. Like, for example, one of my favorite things, a little bit spoiler, is how initiative works. I will write this under purple. One of my things on the JRPG side that I want to highlight is initiative. Initiative is a really wacky thing that you had to test out. So I'll give some keywords. First strike. And I'm going to call it, there are two types of first strike. Input first strike and Picto first strike. And then Picto first strike, there's also after strike, like a second turn. And then the priority in second turn. And second turn comes in the form of cheater. Cheater and proct, as well as proc priority. Like conditional proc priority. I think I'm gonna write conditional. So this often deals with like how stacks work, like stacking action. It's not that like this game has discipline. There's restraint to this, to the point where it's not like a fundamental that you must understand. A great game that I would take a nod to understanding stacking action and priority stacking is most of the roguelike deck builder. Deck builder RPG games and or not RPG games. A great one would be something like I'll name like maybe like a niche game. What is it called? Library of Ruina. It can get very complicated. Who attacks first? Then this person attacks this. So if you attack this, you can negate this movement and this priority, and then therefore this person doesn't act, in which then it triggers this person to act next, right? There is your generic timeline. They added a timeline, right, to understand how timelines work. But that timeline is affected by initiative, first strike, second strike. Like I'll just refer to it as second strike. And then tertiary strike, potential, which I leveraged hard. Like by the end of the game, my characters act 11 times before any boss. Like their chain of initiatives do not get interfered other than the boss is phasing or the boss is dead. Like on average, you can get 11 turns before you activate. So you don't need to do that though. In fact, I'm thinking of doing a run where you only tank and you only have reflexive damage taking and run through the whole game using only counter strikes. Like that's the nature of combining JRPG and character RPG. When you combine the two, the JRPG aspect enables you to bolster your character RPG stats. Like, okay, say you're not great at real-time defense or offense stuff. Make a tank build, mitigate. Actually, you can cycle almost permanently on a boss to learn how to only win by counterattacking. It is possible. It's very possible. In fact, it was kind of comical because the more your characters died, the stronger and more longer other characters live. So one of the mechanics, a little bit spoilery, but one of the mechanics that are in the game is to knock out your character intentionally, and that deals with the JRPG aspect. Why would it be important to knock out your own character? Efficiency. It's incredibly efficient. When you auto die, it triggers a priority initiative, which can trigger a tertiary turn. And then there's not a lot of everything, but because it's not catered directly to JRPG things, but you can have times where you can have times where a boss really likes to do AoEs, so you can deliberately build for that in order to practice, right? Now, there are other little weird things that they didn't experiment with that could be an interface between JRPG and character RPG, which I'll share later, but a teaser would be something like when you slow down a boss, when you apply slow to a boss, the boss's attacks actually do get slowed down. That is interesting. Or like a boss gets enraged, their actions actually speed up. So you can actually do those things too. That didn't make the cut, but I would think that would be really interesting. Then you have a dynamic rhythm game where if when bosses go through different phases, they're not regular anymore because they can also respond to your mechanics that you've applied to them. So if you accidentally say poison a boss that is a poisonous boss figure, right? Not only does it nullify and absorb and heal the boss from a JRPG perspective, like if you cast fire on a fire boss, it's probably either going to nullify it or absorb it. That's responsive in the JRPG terms. But in a character-based RPG, you could even speed up the boss or slow down the boss based on your interaction in the JRPG. That's another way to like develop the idea. So now you're responsible for knowing not to do something against the boss based on methods and systems, and at the same time you can still predict or learn how, okay, the boss is fiery because I accidentally set the tree on fire. Like, it's a tree boss. What are you gonna do? Okay, well, maybe it's weak to fire, so you chuck fire at it, right? And it says weakness, but the tree catches on fire. So now the tree boss is on fire. So their attack patterns will change based on the actions of the system. So now when the tree's on fire, it's doing something different and you have to respond to that. And that, in my opinion, if they are going to make, like, if expanding this topic, like expanding this type of genre, this hybrid genre, that, in my opinion, is one of the next evolutions or innovations of this type of game set. The reason why I think this is character RPGs love responsiveness. Like, players love to see the responsiveness of their reaction. If you like bash a boss, you want to see it respond. Like if you hit a boss so many times in the legs, it will it will start staggering, right? And that affects it shows that you're making an impact on the boss. In a JRPG side of things, you want to interact with your mechanics, right? Play with your mechanics. If you think setting a tree on fire would be its weakness, what else does it happen? The tree is on fire. So what else are you going to have to avoid? The tree that is on fire. Right? So, in my opinion, that's something I kind of thought maybe they would introduce, but they didn't. They didn't hit that yet. In the future, maybe. Who knows? Like the quick aim, right? The free aiming thing where you can aim at weak spots. That's kind of responsive play. It's very satisfying because you hit a weak spot. Well, if you burn something, it also comes with consequences, and it can be reflected in character RPG elements. So I would love to see a game do that in the future. That's the intersection between turn-based games and action games, right? What is a great responsive game that happens all the time? We could think of Shadow of the Colossus. That's a character RPG game. By the way, it might not. It's very light on the JRPG elements, but it's a character RPG game, and the character has to respond to the things that it is doing to a boss over time. And instead of making it a static phasing thing, I think this is a great opportunity to innovate as well on JRPG and character RPG elements. To me, I still think character RPGs and JRPGs lack responsiveness to their to character decision making. I think roguelikes are closer. Like action roguelikes and action deck builders are closer to responsive mechanic things than character RPGs and JRPGs. And that might be beyond the scope of what Claire is doing, but it would be really cool. Like there are games that have done this, like where you know a boss's weakness, but the boss does not remain the same status on how you approach them. And this has happened a few times. Like a lot of combat RPG games have this type of element. And yeah, you might be thinking, so what is combat RPG? You mentioned JRPG, action RPG, character RPG, and computer RPG. Combat RPG is often dealing with responsiveness in the combat. So for example, if you cut a monster's tail off, it will stop using its tail. What does that sound like? Well, it has monster in it. So you could think of things like Monster Hunter. That's another branch, sort of a branch, but they're still character RPGs. However, there is a subtle, smaller combat RPG genre where your conflict with the other person responds to the thing. So, like, what happens when someone tries to set a fire boss on fire? There's got to be a response to it, right? Like, it doesn't just absorb and nullify things. Like, maybe the boss gets complacent. That's kind of one of those things that a lot of indie games have, like, kind of flirted with this type of concept, where, like, how you approach a boss, what you say to a boss, what you do to a boss changes the nature of the boss fight. And roguelike games have done this in a different way. Modifiers. When you gamble and choose your path, it modifies the property of the boss in response. So your decisions come with positive and negative trade-offs. Like, if I choose this buff, it will make my boss 100 times beefier. And then when you get to the boss looks literally 100 times beefier. There are wonderful games that I could list off when it comes to action roguelikes and roguelike deck builders, that where the decisions you make are responsive to the boss. But you can, in this game, it could be in the boss fight, in the middle of the boss fight. Like, it's a cat, you set it on fire, and now it lost all its hair. What's going to happen? And there are other narrative ways this happens, and that's where I'm taking nods from computer RPGs. Computer RPGs do this. The idea of using narration to affect the events that you have to do. Like, if you told someone, like in Clair Obscur, say, Mael, you should wear a fire coating. What do you want? Do you want fire coating or water coating to move on to your next journey, right? And it just happens the next area is a fire area. then she will respond differently to being in the area. So that's in the realm of computer RPGs though, like where all of your decisions and even in combat and stuff responds to your context. And that's really, really hard to capture because there needs a lot of malleability and different routes. So that's why Baldur's Gate 3 is such a gold standard in that. However, it wasn't necessarily done in a manner that Clair Obscur is doing with JRPGs and character RPGs. So in a way, if I had to think about what would be a AAA, remember, not in money, AAA in scope, which of these four would they add? I would say the thing that I miss, as in like I'm missing, is the computer RPG aspect. The third trinity, in my opinion. I'm not the biggest fan of action RPG. I'm really sorry. I think action RPG lines up a lot with combat RPGs, where you're recognizing a power fantasy, and usually character RPGs and JRPGs and computer RPGs focuses on trade-offs and being the underdog, the one that's climbing to overcome a big obstacle, right? Action RPGs are power fantasies. Most of them are power fantasies where you recognize how you can most efficiently and creatively dispatch your obstacles. Or they're not really obstacles, they're your toys, they're your playgrounds, right? Cue the sandbox RPG games, right? Like at first, like Sons of the Forest, by the end you're a powerhouse, right? You recognize your power fantasies. So that's kind of a thing that I wanted to throw in there. I was thinking to myself, oh man, it would be so cool. But again, I think those are the type of things that potentially skew it too hard to a niche group. So what they have is great. I didn't expect burn status would have two separate statuses, on and off. Freeze status, like there's a difference between being chilled and frozen, right? And then there's a difference between flinching and stunned, right? These things are an exercise of discipline. I think the people at Sandfall had an excellent grasp of balance, as in JRPG didn't over inundate, they didn't overstay their welcome. I think one of the biggest TLDRs, which I think I hit it right, one of the biggest TLDRs that I would say is just right would be a great phrase to keep in mind. Balanced, disciplined. So while I joke about, like, by the end of the game, I kept telling myself, oh man, this game is so unhinged. Like, the Pictos, it's out of control. Like 50 times 200 times 200 times 16, that's 16 million. Like what in the world? It's all really controlled. Like it's exceptionally controlled. Like there's no unintended interactions a lot of times. There were a bug fix, like a nerf, but that was more of a bug thing. It is just right. It did not overstay its welcome. Like I was watching Max play when he first encountered like the first dude that did a 6-hit combo, and like, yeah, but that's 6 hits and it's a rhythm game. Like because of the turn-based system and the repetition, they didn't go and did what I suggested, which is continue to add more dynamics into the game in both ways. Like I want my characters to be incredibly dynamic. I want my boss to be incredibly dynamic and responsive. But the idea is the more you do that, the more and more you're narrowing the niche market. As in, it becomes a little too hardcore. And the really great thing about this game is it did not dive too hard into character RPG or JRPG or both that it becomes so unwillingly complicated. It's a masterclass in refinement. One of your friends said to follow you and never guess who, and hi. Oh, hello there. Mega Super General. Huh. I'll never guess who, huh? Okay. That's interesting. I'll think about it. One of my friends. Interesting. Thank you, though. Thank you. So, sorry, I'm in my spiel. So, I think one of the TLDRs in this game, and like the games that I enjoy, hear me out. The games that pander to me the most is these type of games. These type of games do not come by very often, where they choose to tackle more than one element, because I think balancing acts in business, like the business of making video games, is so risky compared to not having to balance and catering to a niche market. A niche market can most definitely sustain a game series, FromSoft. And even then, if you think about FromSoft's Elden Ring expansion, it was still incredibly celebrated, but it was the most divisive because it balanced more things. There are more things they had to balance, as in how do you make it more receptive, accessibility, and incorporating other spheres of things, right? And this game took up that challenge. And when it happens, if you're constantly telling yourself, oh man, I hope, like, okay, that's where it stops. I'm good. I feel good. This is good enough. Like, deep enough. And then you're like, okay, this thing, deep enough. This thing, deep enough. This thing, deep enough. And any one thing in the game would be like, oh, that's not enough. But it's all of it combined. So then you have a lot of things to talk about. Like, this isn't the most complex thing. This isn't the most complex thing. But they're just right. In order for them to be just right, they need to be just right, because then they don't overcomplicate the other aspects of the game. If you have an overemphasis of JRPGs, then it's difficult to recommend the character RPG enthusiast. If you remove the real-time defensive QTE things away, it is now reduced to a turn-based game, which may cloud its playstyle. Like all the different ways you can play a character, that the turn-based aspect can overwhelm the door that it requires to understand that even without the real-time strategy, real-time inputs, you can still have play styles in the JRPG setting. You can have characters specialize, right? JRPG's way of compensating for player style is to have your characters have specialties, like maybe two. Oftentimes it's like two. What's a great example of character specialization? Final Fantasy Tactics, or a job system, right? A sub-job system where a character acquires a division, and that's usually actually a lot of times the character RPGs. So when you're thinking about specialization and talent trees, you're thinking in the realm of ARPGs and character RPGs. Your character, oh, now your character is a hacker, Cyberpunk 2077, right? Oh, you're a netrunner now. You want to go guns blazing. You're a melee specialist. That's, but that can be independent. It can still be independent of whether it's in real time or not. But they nailed it because now they have both. And it's a really great balancing act. You can offset by choice either. You can tinker with either. And they made it so that the accessibility meets the bottom line. Like, if you don't care about Pictos, it is so low barrier of entry. It's such a low barrier of entry by how well the keywords are there that despite not liking knowing how to theory craft, it's there. Like, it's one action. You equip this Picto, it's like, oh, that's crit rate. Crit rate, crit rate, crit rate. Nice. I need some more health. Health, health, health. I don't want to read that block of text, so I see the word that says counterattack. Okay, I'm just gonna click and assign the counterattacks. That's great. And they outside of like the themes like Picto, Lumina, and whatnot, those are cosmetic terms. The descriptor terms do not interfere. They use very classical terms. There are some nuanced ones like rush. That could be haste, right? Like, so there are flavor texts for sure, but they're consistent. So rush, powerful, shell are to a person who has expanded in JRPGs and other turn-based things, these are permutations of similar things. Like rush is haste, shell can be shell from Final Fantasy, or shell as in protect from other games. And actually shield and shell are probably the most nuanced of the mechanics that Clair Obscur used. The difference between shell and shield. And that's kind of where we're getting a little bit to the territory where if you're into character RPGs, sometimes people roll their eyes, like their eyes roll to the back of their skull because they're like, who needs shell and shield? I'm glass cannon anyway, so no need for healing and stuff. And I kind of did that. I don't usually do that. I play games based on playing the safe route, like the economy route, and playing the long game. But this game was it was fast. It went fast. Even despite playing it for 100 hours, it went quickly. Because you get in, you get bopped, you bop the boss, you get bopped, you bop the boss, you get bopped several times in a row, and then you bop the boss. Like, and you always have that little lingering. I always had that lingering comment in the back. I'm like, well, if worst comes to worst, I'll use healing items, revive, a fun tech, and a support tech. And in the end, even the support tech was a lot of fun. Like, I love the idea that you, on death, you know, you enter dude, your dude dies, applies every single on death effect, revives, it triggers shortcut, gets a turn, and then cheater then triggers to get another turn. So technically he acted 3 times. And then my second character then gets to hit twice, get to hit once, set up, hit again because it triggers 3 times. And then I go to my third character, which is the backup, which buffs everything, which triggers her buffs, and then she can intervene and make another character go again 3 times more. That is 3, 3, 2, 3. 11 turns. And on top of that, you can get a finisher in the way of gradients. It's absurd, but it's also incredibly rewarding. I think you think about it and like, you know what, let's just do vanilla style. I'm just gonna sit here, watch what the boss does. And that's what I did for the second playthrough, the new game playthrough. I looked at an interesting boss and I'm like, I don't remember what this boss does. So I just sit there and watch and just observe. It's fantastic. And you can make it to the point where you can sit there and just look at the boss try to kill you or like try to take you down, and you can study the boss. It's fantastic. I mean, it's no short of, I already mentioned one thing, having a stadium, right? A stadium mode where you can load up any boss so you don't have to like go through the story to do it. But real talk, when the DLC drops, I might actually play a full tank, responsive on damage, on hit build where I only counterattack to win. And the reason why I wanted to lump those together is because I want to demonstrate that while healing and tanking and mitigation was one of the criticisms, actually it was like underutilized or something. In RPG games, like especially multiplayer RPG games, I'm usually the tank and the healer. And oftentimes when people say, oh, there's no reason for tanking and healing, they're either coming from an JRPG standpoint where there are obligated damage, but obligated damage is in conflict with character RPG. So having obligated damage in character RPG, it will create division in the game. So instead, they focus on how to make it a win condition. So yes, at the expense of tanking and healing, which comes as a soft underbelly for character RPG and JRPG, it can automate how well you learn the boss's mechanics. And I've seen that many times over for those individuals who prefer to engage in the character RPG side of things, like seeing the boss and whatnot, by elevating defense strategies. But for those who are like glass cannons, it's a moot point. It's superseding because the character RPG nature makes it viable. In JRPG, without a tank or a healer, oftentimes it's not viable. Like the whole idea and design of a JRPG is to make a single strategy not viable. Like a solo strategy across the game is not viable in the game, while character RPG doesn't. So when you're thinking about things like, oh, I wish tanking and healing was more important, it's probably coming from a perspective that there was no obligate damage, unblockable damage. The closest thing they got to was, this is gonna be a spoiler, but removing your character from the field or your team from the field as a consequence, and that happened very rarely, by the way. So they made it just enough to tell you, yeah, it is possible that we can completely negate your ability to do anything. And they tried many different ways, by the way. Patank and the Mimic illustrates early mechanics where these are gimmick bosses, and to understand gimmick bosses, which I think the word gimmick is often used by someone who loves character RPGs but don't play JRPGs or strategy games at all, because I think gimmick is often like saved for, oh, this is the reason why I can't win. Like when you play trading card games and JRPGs, the whole idea is that those are the mechanics. The gimmick is the mechanic. That is the reward of the discovery process. But to a character RPG player, it's a gimmick that denies you to win the way you want to win. Right? It's kind of like saying, what's the gimmick of life? You have to eat. That's a shame. Like, well, life would be easy if it didn't have the gimmick of eating. Well, in JRPGs, that's not a gimmick. It's the whole point. The point of JRPGs and strategy games is that you understand the situation. So nowadays, though, I think like some of the people that I watch, when they say gimmick, they often catch themselves saying, oh, well, gimmick, but not in a bad way. Like, there are good gimmicks and there are bad gimmicks. There are gimmicks that teaches you things about the game and want you to explore the game, that kind of thing. So that's kind of fine, but I still think that it's not a gimmick, it's the norm. Gimmicks are not the exception, they are the rule in a JRPG games. And Expedition Clair Obscur made it very obvious, super obvious, or maybe not too obvious for someone who's like constantly thinking character RPG, but it's fairly clearly marked that if you have if you're suspecting that this boss fight or something has a gimmick, like has a meta game, right? A meta game, I think a word that I would use instead of gimmick is a metagame. JRPGs have metagame. So that's where I want to go into. While you have different boss patterns, right, cumulative things, they also, Clair integrate metagame in short doses. Metagame in short doses. Like very spotty metagame here and there. And that will teach, in my opinion, that gives you the idea of, yes, the developer can most wholeheartedly destroy you. But that's not the point of the game. JRPG games can be designed to have a 0.01% win rate. Like, by design. So, that's not in this game, which is great. There were some comments. The most criticisms that come from the metagame were dealing with the metagame. As opposed, and it's usually coming from someone that talks about the game as though it's a character RPG game, where like they say, why is this fair that the boss can have turns in between my turns regardless of how much agility I have, and they can wipe my entire team and I can't do anything about it? That's a metagame. Like, if you're playing a FromSoft game, yeah, your character can't be wiped from the field, then you just auto lose. Why would they do that? Or this boss can only be killed by magic, and then you bring in a great sword and you realize I just got meta by a boss. How's that fair? Character RPG. You always can win in the most inefficient way if you want. And they remove most of that. Clair Obscur rarely ever crosses the line of the idea like, oh, you just have to build your party correctly. Then it becomes more like a puzzle game. A puzzle game is one of the highest niche projections of metagaming. There are few solutions, and those few solutions, however heavy meta it gets, those few solutions are the only solutions, and they all funnel you into those solutions. If you can't understand all of the concepts and get one of few solutions, then it will always be unfair. But the nice thing about metagame is that if you don't do it yourself, you also don't get the reward of achieving it. Like, for example, looking up the solution to a puzzle game. Yes, you get the reward of finishing the game, but you do not get the rewarding of playing the game and figuring it out. Which, in this case, Clair has done it in both ways at the same time for a boss. Like, okay, sure, alright. The boss is gonna wipe out my team, so my second team's gotta be like super awesome, and we gotta make it up. How am I gonna make it up? And that's cool. In a way, let me do a more character RPG thing. Second chances in this game. And what is second chance in the late game? Your reserve team. What is second chance? Sekiro. Bosses also have second chance, by the way. But you know what? Let's put this in TLDR. So TLDR, some of the stuff I should name a few games so that it can bring some relatable things. So character attribute system. Final Fantasy. Well, let's go down here. Materia system. Weapons. Weapons, in this case, elements and weapon scaling, you can think of a FromSoft game, actually, as a highlight weight. Lumina is somewhat like a materia system, but it's a little less so like a materia system. It's more like I'm gonna say Final Fantasy IX. And then we have inputs. Dodge, parry, from Soft. But let's be a little bit more specific. Souls, Sekiro. And then we have etceteras. And there are more than this. I'm gonna take a leap to something out of the box, like on left field. We'll say like Mario RPG. Maybe a nod to Sea of Stars as a recent one. Obviously, I could go older games. I think one that is very underappreciated was Legend of Dragoon. And then a personal favorite of mine, which is purple, right? Like a Dragon. So there are varying things. You can go back to Final Fantasy VIII. Let's do Final Fantasy VIII. Those limit breaks though. Those limit breaks. And then QTEs are in this nature, right? And skill trees. We can name skill trees. We'll stick to like Diablo. Right. Different playstyles. Let's throw a playstyle. Which one creates playstyles? I think for me, we can do things like name a. Let's do Warframe. Right. I'm naming random like out of the box things. There are a lot of games, like tons of games, but I'm trying to like make it a little fun. Like pacing, loot, and exploration. Do I have one that's specifically for loot and exploration? I think this game does it really well, so I'm not even sure if I would highlight another game who deliberately. I think these are the foundations. So in terms of metagame, Shin Megumi Tensei, or you can say Persona, right? Or Tensei. The Tensei? Yeah. Sorry if I misspelled anything. It's fine. Metagame for sure. This stuff, like cumulative things, you might be thinking, oh, he's gonna name another RPG, right? No. We're gonna do Osu. Different cumulative action challenges with a component of sight reading and progress. A rhythm game. We're gonna name a rhythm game. Let's see. Essential systems, inherent traits. Oh, this is like character archetypes. I'm gonna think this one definitely thinking more like Final Fantasy Tactics. Because all the job systems have different inherent traits to them, and all the characters have inherent traits to them. In fact, I might even think of a fighter. Like name a fighting game. Actually, how about a shout outs to something like an Arc Systems Works game. Arc Systems Work game. So if you're interested in your characters having like a stance character, you're gonna hear these words. It's Mael is a stance character. It's supposed to mirror stance changing. And then you have projectile character, right? Magic, range projectile, maybe a zoning character. And then you have free aiming. These are archetypes that are very much integrated into different genre, where a character has an expected archetype where they behave a certain way. Stat counting, blue magic, which leads to like Final Fantasy Tactics like things, right? Oh, I still have so much more. Wait, what time is it? It's 10:12. I'm not going to be able to do Clair Obscur justice, but these are some of the things that are in your face. Now I have been avoiding a very, very subjective, like super subjective topic, and we're going to go into that now. But before we do, the topic is the centerpiece. We have first the story and the world. Okay? And usually, a lot of times, stories and worlds can vary in subjectivity in impact. And oftentimes, when it comes to story and world, story is on the side of JRPG. It leans to JRPG, and world leans to a character RPG, because the world revolves around the character. And when the world revolves around the character, the story can be, in order to have a character RPG very, very strong around its concepts, when it comes to the characterization, it deals with world building. So oftentimes, how wonderful is the lore of the world. Like when you explore a boss, that boss makes you feel like you're part of the world. Your main character, you're exploring this world and you're picking nooks and cranny because your experience is inherently experiencing the world. Story is on the side of JRPG largely because it's not centered around the characters per se. The biggest aspect is the overarching themes and how the characters play into those themes. Right? The characters occupy a narrative. You don't shape the world. Right? Oftentimes lore and in character, you shape the world. Your experience is shaped by your actions in the world. So for example, I'm sorry, some spoilers, but you're not going to save a character from dying in a JRPG a lot of times. Like sometimes they can embrace the computer RPG thing and try to design like an entire storyline or offshoot where a minor character does not live, but generally you do not impact the shape of the world. Now hear me out. They have both in this game, and that is cool. Do you know what they have for lore? The Nevron quests. Why when you see a Nevron quest in the game, and if I don't play lots of FromSoft games, you immediately think, oh man, this really feels like FromSoft, kind of, if you think about it. And then you're like, wait, can I kill this quest giver? Lore, you shape the world. The occupants, all their side quests, and they're often referred to as side quests because as a character RPG, you yourself, you are the most important thing. You walk around and shape the world. So everything you do is a side quest, other than your major objective is to like take down the major boss, right? But in this game, the major narrative is understanding the motivations of all the characters. Your enjoyment is dependent on whether you can appreciate or understand what the characters think. By coincidence, you might empathize with certain characters better than the others, but you are not shaping the world. It is not around you. It is not for you to decide whether you want to obliterate. And yes, they both still overlap in the overarching goal, but how you get there, one is narrated and one is shaped by your own experience. So they have both of these. Not in this case though, it leans heavier onto the JRPG aspect. So not everyone is going to like the thing that they offset is they told a story that main characters from RPG, like character RPGs, can relate. So in order to offset a narrative, they have decided to choose a subject matter that can be relatable to everyone. So this oftentimes the story then becomes an emotional one. So it is an emotional one that's in this game. And emotions tend to form the foundation of most characters. And I'm going to tell you now a little bit of a spoiler. Character RPG people do not enjoy when the characters that they resonate with or certain characters cannot be affected by the decision making. So oftentimes where I love people taking me anywhere, like build a weird world with weird rules, I'm all for that. I love the intellectual stimulation. I would say the biggest criticism, the most consistent criticism of the game's story is anyone who thinks that their characters took a stupid spin or a poetic spin. So I would say the most critical thing that you can probably hear is that the one blemish to Clair Obscur is that they weren't able to balance a characterly stylized character RPG ending. Act 3. Spoilers. Be ready, I suppose. Act 3 is probably the most divisive act. And I loved Act 3. Like, I think Act 3 is what is the centerpiece for storytelling. Like, what I mean is, it wraps up how fleeting, like, it's so poetic, and I'm not going to talk about the story too much, largely because this is a story-based game. So Act 3 is one of the most poetic ways to illustrate the major theme in this game. And I would quote Ray Noir. Life keeps, like, I forgot what the exact quotes are. Life keeps forcing tough decisions. Or tough choices. I think it was choices. And the Act 3 demonstrates the fleeting nature of legacy. And without all of the things before, it can't elevate Act 3. So, but in a RPG sense, in a character RPG, it doesn't matter. Your existence is gone. You know, like, sorry, a little bit spoilery. But the player feels like their actions and their experiences are cheapened because they are maybe not as important as they thought. And that is often someone who sees it from an outside perspective. But there are still wonderful things about people who initially go through Act 1 and Act 2 and they think about, oh yeah, you know, it's normal for these people to think this way. And, you know, this is a normal thing. So how would a human normalize this? And I love when they get into that. They start having aha moments about, oh, you know what? That's really interesting. So if everyone is younger than this and everyone is older than this, that's where the world building came in. That's where all the lore came in. So the lore ended up bolstering a lot of the acceptance from a character perspective, from a character RPG's perspective. The people around you keep talking in a way that makes you feel normal about things, like how death and grief is spoken about. And then at the same time, the greater narrative, the story and the motivations of the characters then blends in with all the lore that you get. Like, here are some creatures sitting here. They believe in the paintress, right? Like, the paintress created them. And then you have the overarching narrative. So there are characters you hate, there are characters you like. Personally, for me, knowing the bigger picture and the story-driven novel makes story-driven thing, it makes you be able to empathize with pretty much all the characters. At least in my opinion. And Act 3 was when those characters, the significance of those characters come into question. And those who enjoy character RPGs, there is a really common preference that the character you're playing should be bigger, or if not equivalent of importance to the world around it. When you're playing JRPGs, sometimes all your characters fit into a design bigger than them. And when that becomes bigger than them, it can be profound. It can be interesting. It can question existential like very poetic ways to look at philosophy and whatnot. But I don't think that is something that is inherently going to be mutual between someone who likes JRPGs and someone who likes character RPGs. I love delving into meta cognition and meta existence. Like, it's one of the wonderful things about the niche anime series and Final Fantasy games. Like, maybe I can use a spoiler from a different game. The live stream in Final Fantasy. Like the Final Fantasy 7 universe, the live stream. I think people who play character RPG games, if they are okay with turn-based games, or like Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, where they do hybrid gaming, they identify as Cloud and Sephiroth and Tifa and stuff. But then what happens if you reveal that they all inevitably return to the live stream? Like, they're part of the picture, but in a bigger picture, it can make them feel inconsequential. And that is kind of where I think Clair Obscur kind of crossed the line. Slightly crossed the line. And that created a blemish. Or not really a blemish. I think it was awesome. But that's where you're gonna be held up by people who wants an unapologetic story versus something that panders to you. The story, and by irony, here's by coincidence, this story panders to me. Like, I coincidentally didn't find any of the story surprising, but I'm glad the story was told. Like, what I mean is, I like playing video games to know how other people react to video games. And the idea to knowing that millions of players are willing to finish and play this game and be exposed to narration like Clair Obscur speaks volumes to how the target audience perspective might be changing. Clair Obscur goes against the power fantasy in many different ways through its narration. Like, it recognizes the power fantasy. Like, I had a power trip, like, in this game. Like, I absolutely obliterated bosses. And then at the same time, I could sit there and enjoy, you know, learning how to get humbled by bosses. But all the while, to me, the centerpiece is the story. The world is fantastic, for sure. I love world building, but story and world building are essential for me. So getting humbled by the story is amazing. Now, it wasn't surprising, but it's also cool that they could tell a story like this and have people not yell foul or whatnot where it's like, oh, so yeah, you know, for example, what's a great one? The Thanos snap, right? The Thanos snap. Let's just throw in a TLDR. Sorry, this is a somewhat of a early. It's not really an early spoiler per se. It happens in the first, easily one of the most powerful openings. It reminds me of the Up from Pixar. Like the first 30 minutes of the game is wild. But it's the Thanos snap. Just imagine all the consequences of the Thanos snap. And Marvel didn't cover any of that really. Like they sort of did. They covered some of it. Some of the heroes like responded to the Thanos snap, and there was like periods. But this video game really, really hit on a different form of the Thanos snap. So, if the Thanos snap can happen, in no way, in the wildest stretch of my imagination, that someone, at least myself, which I still find it comical that journalists, like a bunch of people who play video games, this is me being a little bit, maybe a little bit playful and pedantic, but when someone titles their article saying, in not a million years would any player ever predict what would happen in Act 3 or at the end of the game, it's coming from someone who doesn't engage in these type of things. Like, I can even name mainstream sci-fi shows. Well, actually, it's kind of a hypocritical thing. I don't think sci-fi shows are typically mainstream at all. They're niche, like JRPGs still are, and character RPGs still are in the context of the greater gaming industry. But these things happen a lot in science fiction and dark fantasy. People get snapped out of existence. I think this person haven't ever read a Lovecraftian inspired game or book, or played a Lovecraftian game or book at all. Darkest Dungeon is fairly mainstream. Your characters get snapped out of existence. I don't know what you're talking about. But the idea is it's coming from a character-based opinion. Like, the importance of a character is because the character is you. But when you watch a war film, do you identify as the characters? Because those characters get wiped out of existence in a blink of an eye. When you see a superhero fly around and a building gets shattered, thousands of people get wiped out of existence. But they don't show that. It's not the point of a character RPG or the point of a Marvel film. It's a character-driven it's a character-driven world. So that character, the world bends around the character. In anime, oftentimes there's a combination, and the ones that I really enjoy are the characters that exist in a world, but they persist. Their persistence is tenuous. Their legacy is it celebrates mortality, and it celebrates the idea and importance of the journey, the time you have together. What is the center motif in Clair Obscur? They constantly argue about time, the time they have together, the acknowledgement that the time and experiences they have together are there in their own. In the bigger scheme of things, it might be irrelevant, but in the intimate parts and decision parts, that's what's important to them. You can't concern yourself with a bigger scheme if the scheme is bigger than you can expect. I think one of the scenes with Lune reacted when a little bit spoilery. She said, it's something I'll never be able. I'm skipping over some keywords to avoid more spoilers, but it's interesting that I will never be able to get to experience it. That's life, that's mortality, and it's incredibly brilliant. And I think Act 3 created that, and it created it in a really interesting way, which I'm kind of curious if they did intentionally. Act 3 is a post game, a little bit spoilery for mechanics, but it's where you're allowed to go free, right? And it transitioned. So here's the thing, right? There's also a character RPG and a JRPG thing. JRPGs are often on rail. When Act 1 and then is on rail with some slight exploration. Then Act 2 you get some traversal. And then suddenly it transitions into Act 3, freeform. So in a way, the whole time you had like this ebb and flow between you can go wherever you want, look at whatever you can find, and then at any order. And that was always in the game, like from Act 1 to Act 3. However, it gave you the balance. So at first you're like, oh, I need some guidance. I need to know where I'm going and stuff. And then you start growing, you start getting used to the mechanics, and it kept expanding. The thing keeps getting bigger and bigger. And then Act 3 is when you get slapped in the face and say, what's bigger than everything in the game? Everything outside the game. I don't know if that's what they intended, but it's absolutely chef's kiss. Like, for those who are very divisive and say, oh, I only cared about the first 2 acts of the game, yes, because you only want to live in the game. Like, you only want to see what you want to see. You only want to see and admit that the only things you care about are the worlds the observable world that you have, and the characters that you've come to love and relate to. That is the element of the characters. That is what it's like to be the characters in the game. You are empathizing with the characters. And in Act 3 challenges that notion, right? What happens when it keeps getting bigger? And I love the parallelisms. You start small, you do very little things, you know very little mechanics, your characters don't really have a lot of pixels. Then it just keeps getting bigger. Oh, now you can swim everywhere. Now you can, sorry, a little, again, mechanical spoilers. Now you can swim everywhere. And then you can fly everywhere. It's like, well, what now? I've looked at the entire map. There's more. But it's inconsequential. Like, what I mean is, you can't affect it. It's a world bigger than your characters. So, that to me is pretty dang awesome. So I tried to skip over a lot of beats, but one centerpiece is that it's a journey game. I think JRPGs heavily favor stories as a process, as a journey. So one of the things that really segregates the feeling you get on JRPGs versus character RPGs when it comes to the experience, like you're being taken for a ride in JRPGs. All the characters you meet, all the characters you lose, all the profound things, they are there for you to experience, projected by the writers. In character RPG, you shape your experience. So it is your own personal growth and your own shaping and decisions that characterizes your journey to the goal. Those are very defining features. And computer RPGs try to do both because they kind of offset other mechanical requirements to feature the story, reactive story, and reactive world telling, right? World development. And in ARPGs, it's neither of those things. ARPG is how much devastation you can do from a fourth wall perspective. You are the outside. You are this creature of machination who create devastation in a game. You are recognizing your power fantasy. You are already outside the game. In this game, the narration encompassed all of that. For someone who focuses on character-based RPGs, it feels cheap. It can feel off-putting because then it brings into question all the actions that you've taken in the game, and that sucks. Kind of like when you watch Matrix, right? And you have someone finally take the red pill, and then you realize all the things you did in the simulation was so much less than what it was. That's kind of the idea. I named the science fiction, by the way, because one of the most common things about science fiction and dark fantasy, even like low fantasy and high fantasy does this, where like Lord of the Rings, for example, Lord of the Rings, when someone says, oh, they're just dwarves and elves, like, this dwarf is pretty funny. It's like, why? He's kind of silly and I like this dwarf. It's like, why did this dwarf have to die? Or like, this elf, man, this elf is always pompous. Are all the elves really pompous? And then the first thing you think about is like, oh, you're thinking about characters. The characters are representing them. But the circumstances make them that too. Elves are immortal. What do you think as a projection of a creature that is immortal, that have seen so many things, especially in the presence of humans, that would make them very cynical and like higher thinking or elitist in it? So it's the world and the story shapes the characters. Sometimes it's not about wishing the characters could be a certain way. It's understanding that the world and the story creates circumstances that shape your character and bounds your character. Or fantasy often deals with destiny. It deals with fate, determinism, fatalism. What is Clair Obscur full of? All of these things. Fatalism, determinism, hope. You know, like your characters represent character RPGs. They are hopeful. Some of them are deterministic. Some of them are fatalists. Some of them are just plain ignorant. And that's cool because Esquier is amazing. He is awesome. Esquier represents the innocent, childish love in the worst case of circumstances. Or you have cognitive dissonance, which is Momo. Momo is like, he understands the ways of his circumstances, but he can't help but do it anyways, right? There's so many aspects of a thing for everyone. And so in a JRPG, it requires that a JRPG, one thing that this game has is a balanced cast. A character RPG doesn't matter. I know that sounds really rough or startling, but the main cast is you. The cast is you. You are the cast. The world building is through lore, through NPCs you encounter that builds and breathes life to the world. The world has scars. It has creatures that populate the world that represent is in biome, but you are the character. You are the cast. In fact, most of the time, character RPGs have speechless heroes. They have no speech whatsoever. They do not make their own decisions, and they're a vessel for the player, right? In this game, it's a balanced cast, and that, to be an incredibly popular game, one has to write a balanced cast in which the worst character is not hyper overshadowed by the best character. Whichever those are, it will vary with people, but overall, when a balanced cast happens, is each cast elevates each cast. So like, you're gonna say, oh, I really like Esquier, but with Esquier's character is so elevated if their soul, with their soul there, not without their soul. Mael is incredibly elevated because Alicia and like this gets complicated because technically the cast is the 30% bigger because there are multiple versions of a character, right? So sorry, spoilers as well. So you think like Eskia, like, oh, I really like Eskia. Why couldn't the whole game be Eskia? Eskia is not Eskia without the other characters. Gustav and Mael are not those characters without the narrative. Your character that you play in your FromSoft game can be that character regardless of what's around it all the time. Like it's so much less important. It's your experience. Like, are the bosses cool? Good. I'll vaporize them. I'll remove them from existence. They serve my purpose. Mael, all the other characters, like, the balanced cast has to depict this. So it's a very, in my opinion, I'm really biased. If I had to choose, I would just write everything to please one person versus writing and trying to characterize more than a whole cast of characters in order so that not any one cast member is going to turn off a character, a player, a player who's watching, turn them off and quit the game. That is a brilliant. And what is so brilliant about that is you're able to take out your characters without people just giving up on the game. And that, in my opinion, is an excellent course in writing. Like, what's another game that did that? Last of Us. What's another game that did that? Walking Dead, Telltale games. So it's not. I'm saying that I have plenty of examples of these things, but you have to take into consideration how often that happens. Those examples that I picked, they do exist, but they are so incredibly rare. And they also, the games that I named are heavily narrated. And then even more so, Last of Us series, it plays farther more like a character RPG game. So when the character was lost, sorry, spoilers for a 10-year-old game, that loss was, it was almost destructive, right? It was almost destructive. But in this game, they balanced it out. It was super clever too, which, again, spoilers, but they did it in a way where there wasn't like a vacuum. A vacuum wasn't left in it. In order to balance the character RPG style of things, that vacuum was immediately filled mechanically. And then story-wise, it was a pivot. So for those who like stories and motivations, characters carry the legacy of that character, and then there was a pivot in filling the vacuum. So mechanically, they weaved it in. It's kind of like what's a good example of a character RPG mechanic that is in a different genre? Modern Warfare games. When you play a campaign, like sorry for spoiling 10-year-old games, but or even people who remember the campaigns in Modern Warfare games. But when you play, you often play a lot of soldiers. And those soldiers can have long-running series stay, and then immediately they can be ceremoniously removed from the game series, but then another soldier takes his place. It reveals... I'm not trying to like elevate Modern Warfare. I think that stuff deals with war, and war is what Clair Obscur actually did, right? It's the war against the Paintress. it's actually a war against mortality. So it's a war everyone is fighting, right? Life is something everyone struggles to hold on to. So in a way, they did it really wonderfully. It's so quick. Like I'm watching 2 or 3 people who don't typically play story driven games, in my opinion, and uh none of them mentioned the immediate switcheroo that the game made, like in terms of both story and character RPGs. For me, I saw it coming from a mile away. Like I was like, okay, I hope that they don't leave a power vacuum in when this character pivots, and I likely think they're going to try to change the mood and the perspective in order to provide poetic contrast. Like, while the character may function as a pivot for the mechanics, I like to think that they would take a different dynamic. The group dynamic would switch it up a bit, right? And that's certainly what they did. One thing that was a wee bit disappointing, in my opinion, is getting baited by the skill tree being locked off. I think that's still one thing. I'm like, oh, please, New Game Plus, give me more skills. But it didn't happen. Obviously, New Game Plus is something more beyond the scope. Maybe DLC or something. But it would be cool to have like a slight nod to an alternative telling where you can unlock those. Oh, big brain move, Sandfall. If you deliberately locked the talent tree of one of the characters because there was already a plan to do like a side story to make his life before that event even more like retroactive, like do like a pre-sequel or a sequel thing, because they already messed with this, by the way, like going backwards and then going forwards, going backwards to go forwards to fill in gaps. They already did this. It's a very interesting mechanic of storytelling. Like anime do this very often. You tell a prequel in order to elevate the sequel, in which it encourages to watch the first one again because what happened before elevates the second one. And it was all planned in advance, right? It's like the writer have envisioned placing into existence all the elements that then when they go back to write them, they tie them together. One Piece has run so long. I've been watching One Piece, has been running so long that so many times I'm like, yeah, I see. All right, did they? And you keep asking yourself, did they plan this before this? Like, did they go back intentionally because they wrote this in order so that they can go back in time to do this? Act 3 did that. It totally did that. And I love when, I'm not sure if it was intentional, but when they put the title screen, right, of Act, they put it down, and then when they had to like fast forward by like, they rewind so it went forward, but when they had to fast forward to the current time, the things disappeared backwards. The 2 line of text disappeared backwards, and I thought that was really, really cool if that was intended, because they were technically going backwards while the text went forward. And then when they're like, oh, wait, hold it up. All right, now let's get back to our game. They reversed it and show like, I think there are so many little things that I'm so curious. I would love to ask a developer, was it by coincidence or did they thought it was like that was a clever thing? Because it reminds me of reading like Shakespeare. I'm not saying like Clair Obscur. Obviously it's a little exaggeration, but it's one of those things when you're reading Shakespeare, you look at the words and you're like, do you think Shakespeare planned these things? And whenever I get to that mode, you know, the mode where a lot of people in chat, in like popular chats and stuff, they say please turn off your brain because you want to get immersed. I do the opposite. If a game can get me to sit there and talk and brainstorm and theory craft about their conception, I am immersed as heck. Like, I'm so immersed, I'm so invested, and now all the little details just make me think, huh, I wonder if they actually thought about that. So I would comb through the game and I would have a bunch of questions and ask them, hey, I saw this little cheeky thing. Did you actually plan to do that? Because that's amazing. And I like to tell you that I appreciate it. There are some really fun literary mechanics. You know, one thing that is a little bit missing? I'll list some stuff that are missing. But for now, let's move on. And I'll get to the part where what could fit into Clair Obscur, right? A lot of times I love to ask myself if I wanted to throw more money at them or buy more DLC, what are the stuff? But for now, there are a few more things. So we covered story, world, right? Gameplay, replayability. Those are common things, right? Oh, I haven't actually addressed replayability, so we'll talk about that in a bit. And that's one is a little bit of a talking topic. I'm keeping track of time. Okay, it's 11. I'm gonna go for 1 more hour actually. Sorry, Cuffers, if you're still listening. Is that it? Story play, and then one last part. One last thing, because I don't want to belabor too much. It's the thing you've been listening to the whole time in the background. A slightly undertone because I don't want... there are some lyrics to some stuff. But what I've been playing in the background the whole time... it is like... I forgot how long it is. We're gonna say 8.5 hours. Courtesy of Sandfall, right? Sandfall interactive channel, their YouTube channel has posted the entire soundtrack or anything relevant to the soundtrack to this game. There are over 170 entries, and it totals to over 8 hours. There is no way, well, there is a way, but I am unlikely, based on my time limit, to ever say whatever I want about this segment and it would not reach the end of the soundtrack. There are other games that have done this, but what I'm saying is it's rare and it's beautiful and it's so wonderful. So the last thing, and I think we had to put this in the middle, right? We had to put this in the middle. Again, it's the last three things, and that's music. Now, I do have to divide this up a little bit. Oftentimes, let's reverse. We think of music and sound design. And when it comes to these two properties, music leans heavier on the JRPG side, and sound leads heavier on the character RPG side. The way I think about this is music is often a narrative device a lot of times. Outside of character RPGs, music serves for emotional elevation of the player themselves, and oftentimes that can be very unpredictable. So what happens is they illustrate it by making it consistent with the feeling of tackling the boss a lot of times. And if your game is built on a specific theme, a lot of the music is going to sound similar or illustrate that same dopamine. So what I mean by that is not bad or good. The same stuff might be bopping every time. Like, for example, we'll do Doom, for example. Or maybe not the most recent Doom, but A little TLDR would be like Doom, which is not an RPG, but it's a character, like first person, right? It's concerning the player's music, right? So when you enter a room and a boss comes colliding through the green, or like an elder, like I've been using FromSoft quite a lot already, come through, the music hits, right? And it's supposed to get you either nervous, it's supposed to illustrate. So a lot of those things can create a semblance of consistency. There's no like trade-off, disagreements, or off-puttingness, or things that is trying to guide your emotions in the sense of the overall narrative. And that to me is closer to the aspect of sound design. So like, does your shotgun slamming into the character hit hard, and then does the music hit hard when you're fighting a boss? Like, all they're functionally for the experience of the sound design. And this is where like music and sound design can often occupy the same space. Like really great sound design can compensate for lack of musical diversity and so on. So I think of it more like sound in a RPG, a character RPG style, is more like hot takes. You know, hot takes. Like, bam, this boss has a cool move. Bam, you annihilate this boss. It's very punctuated. It's incredibly succinct, and it's very sharp, as in there's little room for error when it comes to. That's why it emphasizes sound design. If your shotgun sounds like a I don't know, a water gun, but that's a deal breaker. Like, and I'm weighing on the most strongest trending distributor for a deal breaker. So I'm looking at bottom lines. When it comes to sound for character RPGs, it's got to sound good. And by sound good, I mean when you hit a boss, it's got to sound good. The boss, when it slams into you, it's got to sound good. And the music's got to elevate that epicness, right? So oftentimes the music itself might not be strategically meaningful in a grand scheme of things. It's not telling you a story. It's telling you of your journey, of your experience. This boss was epic because the music was epic. It's reminding you of the epic time you have trying to beat a boss as you, the character. Now, in the journey of music when it comes to a JRPG game, the music is a mechanic. And it's a mechanic involved in either storytelling or even the characters themselves, right? When you go into a Doom and you beat a boss, it's like, okay, that's cool. That boss is going to have a distinct theme, right? Then you'll remember that boss. That's great. But it's in the prospect of your experience with that boss. That music could be horrendously awful because the boss is awful or something. So it reminds of terror or what have you, right? So in music, when it comes to JRPGs, every time like Gustav is on the screen, there is a mix-up or an emotional change to Gustav's theme. When Aline shows up, Aline gets a piddle patter of Aline when it's next to Ray Nuad. Like, you are using music to tell the story and the presence of the characters. So every time you go to write the journal, like right into the journal, you hear the hum of that singer that they hired, you know, and you also continuously feel the pain of losing one of your characters. Spoilers again. When you like for one of the earlier scenes, so that this is less spoilery, when you're in flying waters, right? And you get to the boss area, Go Blue, you look at the flower and you can hear a twinge of Sophie's music, the one that accompanied her before the Gommage. So that is why I would say when it comes to the JRPG, it leans further for music composition to be part of narration. Oftentimes there is not as many opportunities when you're thinking about lore design and world. The most you can have is when you enter a town, the town is associated with a specific sound, right? Gerudo Valley, anyone? I'm or Hyrule Castle, or things that occur really frequently, but in a way that becomes recognized in that way. But the music is not necessarily telling a story. It's telling your experience. It's becoming associated with your experience in the places. One of the greatest strengths, I think, in my opinion, they did both. Clair Obscur did both. When Eskia is hanging around, whenever you do a relations, right? Actually, I even think Like a Dragon didn't do this. Like, what the heck, Sega? Even like easily one of my most my currently, due to recency and stuff, the relationship game, right? Where you have bonds and stuff. They don't have very distinctive music for every one of their new characters. In Claire, they do. Every time you talk to Ciel, it's her theme that's playing. When you're talking about relations and stuff with all the characters, they all have their theme. It's even to the point where within the theme, they also have temperature. I don't know what the word is. Maybe like, I usually use temperature, but the mood, the tonality, and even literally the instruments could change. If you want to talk, my thing that I really love is, if you think gestural, right, the characters in the wild characters in the game, you think saxophone or another brass instrument like a trumpet and a saxophone, because whenever Momo shows up, anyways, you asked a Japanese streamer, you had no distinct concept of liberty because that's social responsibility of service to the wider community. That's great. That's kind of what I expected as well, Hideyoshi. I spent like 8 hours talking about it yesterday, so maybe another time. But I was you came in on some of it, I think. But yeah, I already explained, or I'm not surprised that that's the case, and it's very reflective in the language. In Chinese, I cannot discern those. At least my parents cannot discern those. Independence is distinct though. That's interesting. That's interesting. So you did ask about independence too. Yeah, liberties and stuff. Yeah, we'll talk more about that in the future. So right now, music, hands down, they did both. What are great examples? Music. Listen. Like, I know when they play something, I know Aline is staring on the cliff, looking down. When that saxophone hits that very specific theme, I know I'm talking to Momo. And when you're in the mansion, you know what it feels like to be in the mansion because of the sound. And what's even greater than that, you might be thinking, okay, well, what about the world? What did they do with sound design in the world? Like, how does that work? They actually revisit biomes or painterest places using the cues of music. So, a little bit spoilery again, when you go through, like, the boss rush or the final ending to Act 2 leading up to end of Act 2, you're going through snippets, vignettes of many of the biomes or all the locations, and all the locations have the themes or a variant of the themes playing. Like, distinctively, if you think of the meadow, your very first location, when you first enter the monolith, right inside the monolith, that little bit of meadow, it immediately transitioned into the metal background music. So they, instead of giving, like, letting it be like a frequency thing, they actually find places and clever ways to reintroduce the theme. So when you're going into a theme, you see all the major themes in the story elements. So not the side elements, the lore elements on the side. We're talking about your journey to the monolith is repeated through seeing, experiencing, explaining, and at the same time hearing these same exact things. And to top it all off, all the enemies get revisited. Right? It gives you that progression of the journey. All the enemies are themed after those places. So you get one encounter, maybe 1 to 2 encounter of every single plot environment before you get to the closing, the end of Act 2. So all of that, I don't even talk about any of that. I hear it and I didn't want to point it out because it takes a lot of time, but all the music comes together. I'm very hypersensitive to hearing things, but maybe it's because my bias is that music tells stories. Now, they also did sound design. The boomy, like when you know, the chink, like oftentimes when it comes to RPG game, like character RPG games and other games like Doom, games that are visceral and based on first person, you have to get your sound design not fatiguing, but also rewarding. I mean, I use Duolingo, by the way, and if you nail your sound design, you know it can condition and almost quite literally elicit emotional responses based on sound design. So Doom, kudos to Doom. I think the latest game didn't do as well when it comes to it, but sound design for Clair Obscur, you know when you dodged, you know when you perfect dodged, you know when you parried, you know and see when you parried. All the boss attacks, all the enemy attacks, you know what to listen to. And if you don't know what to listen to, it is accompanied by a camera motion. It's associated by visual things. And all of that just comes together. Like the sound is very useful. Like, and the boon, like the gradient sounds, like that stuff, capturing the slowing, the hit stops, it's all the time in the game. So if you do not nail it, you're gonna be asking yourself, like, why does my AK-47 in this game sound like a pea shooter? Right? And they absolutely nailed it. In fact, I think they might have overcompensated. Oftentimes I think of like, why do the sound effects sound so excessively loud and fatiguing? And I think Like a Dragon kind of suffers from that a little bit. So I always like rebalance. But in this game, I did a little rebalancing. But the idea is they chose specific frequencies and specific design choices for their sound effects that had elicit a lot of the character RPG satisfaction. But at the same time, they chose a lot of sound effects that reminded me of cinema, like, or anime, where you have like the booning effect and then the elongation sound. Oh man, it's so satisfying when you hit a counter attack or a reverse of the gradient. Like when you reverse a gradient attack, sorry, mechanical spoiler. That stuff is so heckin' satisfying. Like when Loon casts his elemental genesis, the boom, boom, like it's so boomy, and it does capitalize on a trend. Like anime use boon sounds so much. Like when you get hyped and you're about to smack into something, it's like, you know, like it just, that's what they did. They nailed the sound design. I think sound designs can kill action-based games. Like legitimately, it can fatigue the heck out of people. What's a great example? Well, not a great example, but what's a left field example? Sonic Unleashed. I think this is a joke for most people at this point. Sonic Unleashed, whenever you nail something, like time something well, it makes a doorbell sound. It's closer to like the casino level where it goes ding doom, like whenever you like bump into things, like that is the sound they decide to pick. And it's a mechanic that happens like at least one time a second, at least twice a second in the game, and you just hear it on and on. In this game, when it happens all the time, and it is nice. So this game has both. If you like this music right now, it elevates, and it's all like each element. That's JRPG. JRPG is characterized by this. And it's kind of humorous because when someone, I was watching this person, whenever they entered a new area, they're like, how much music do they have? Like, are all the bosses going to have different music? Are all the stages going to have different music? Usually, that is what JRPGs aim for. But it can be very, very hard to keep composing for this stuff. But like Persona has a gigantic thing. Actually, my hats off is Okami. I can't wait to listen to Okami music. They have a lot for such a much shorter game. This game, Like a Dragon's soundtracks are gigantic. And even then, they have to repeat things because they have so many situations. This game, the what's his name, Lorien Testard, amazing, absolutely amazing. That guy deserves every ounce of credit for the music as well. And then sound design, whoever was doing sound design, amazing. It's not that it is groundbreaking. Like, what I mean is it's unprecedented. It's the idea that this whole team came together and exercised discipline and balance. Like music, there can be a lot of music. Like games can have a ton of music and be incredibly unadulterated and forgettable. Actually, unfortunately, to the consternation of character RPGs, oftentimes music gets chopped off. Like it gets hit by the chopping block in terms of a cost, because it's a cost measure. Honestly, like sound design ends up being elevated a lot of times. Good sound design and music is to accompany the person's focus. Like, if for me, the thing about our JRPGs is you're not reacting anything defensively or offensively. You're not reacting in real time, right? So the music can take you away. It can literally sweep you away. So the reason why music and sound are separated in this case is good sound design has made the real-time elements of Clair Obscur absolutely hit so hard. But while you're doing that, since it's a turn-based game, you could do what I do. And I sat there in Sanctuary, in like, I think it was like City Sanctuary or Tree Sanctuary, on your way to Gastral's village, and I just sat there and listened to the music. That's turn-based games. You sat there and you listened to the music. When I had to fix my characters or change up my character builds, I go to the camp, I play the record player because they decided to place a record player there, and I play one of the tracks while I'm like messing around with my Pictos and Lumina because that is brilliant. I hope that's what they decide to do. Like, I hope that is either coincidence or they knew inherently or intuitively that is where you place an album, a record player. You place it where you will spend a lot of time needing to change up your gear and stuff. And it was amazing. Absolutely brilliant. So, with that said, you have two of the things, right? I think there was something else. Oh, I forgot about the world. So, world, I'm gonna skip this portion, but because I don't want to spoil things. Well, I already spoiled a lot of things, but they're like scattered throughout. World, exploration. I already mentioned how exploration is tied into progress and to both sides of the things. So in this case, yes, exploration is a treat. Exploration is a treat for the eyes, the ears, what have you. It doesn't overstay. So one thing I do have to say about exploration, it's a little heavier on the JRPG side than it is on character RPG. So, but for honestly, for better streamlined experience, in my opinion. So character RPGs sometimes do this thing where you can have a habit of wandering, and you're like, oh, what if there's a secret hidden thing here? And then you think of FromSoft, like there's probably something at the end of this. Well, in JRPGs, by standard practice, there is always something at the end of another path, of a branching path. When a level becomes really big, the hard thing is to find all of the things. Now, in terms of exploration, there was a compromise being made. On the one hand, they did create the sufficient... Oh, there, Orion. Sufficient map. Okay? That's not something that's catered to JRPGs. Generally, you would like a map like heavy detailed and it's all marked and it has like Ubisoft, right? The Ubisoft effect. But instead, they embrace the character RPG thing. Here's a map, but that's about all you get. And then when you get into a level, it's a map. But during the time when you get into the zones are not massive. It's catering a little bit to the fatigue that comes from massive maps. So then you hit the JRPG style of stuff over here, where the maps and the layouts of the locations are just right. In the point of, if we need to make a large map, as sure as heck, every inch of those different paths and things serve a function. So what they went with was streamline. It was incredibly streamlined. Where then it feels like, yes, this is the RPG setup where you're running through a corridor, there might be multiple paths, and if there are 3 paths, 2 of them might lead to the same one, but they always lead to something. So it's not about creating extra footsteps. It's either functionally going to take you back to the beginning, or functionally going to take you back to an entrance, or functionally take you to a loot or a boss progression. And the map itself is sufficient on the overworld because the overworld is harking to character RPG styles, where do you want to explore next? Where do you want to, and they offset this by mobility, which is Eskia. It's to the point where it's a treat just to find something. And here's an integration of world, exploration, and map. There are places around the world map that you can stumble upon. They have multiple layers of expansion, but you walk in and it's this sprawling vignette. This is a sprawling vignette. Fixed camera angle. It's one of, Outside of those locations, there's only one other instance where there's a fixed camera angle for a very specific reason, and I really like it. I'll let you figure what that out. But it's a vignette, fixed camera angle, and all there is a record in the middle. And when you look at that record, I don't think they randomly placed any track. The tracks that they placed, all the record tracks in various places, like the flying, like the manor and whatnot, they're all themed from that vignette. So they were strategically designed and placed where, yes, you're exploring for the visual sense and the wonder, but it doesn't overstay its welcome. You don't spend, like, the things are proportional to their investment. Basically, what would you spend 30 hours hunting down a piece of cosmetic? No, you would do an encounter for that cosmetic that's part of a path of a design. When they want you to feel and listen to a specific record and reflect on music in this particular thing and watch the vignette tell the story, they're not going to create like a 30-minute worth of walking and stuff to do it. They're going to condense it into a huge pull-out camera where your characters are barely visible on the screen. Here it is. We'll let you think about what this implicates. Or like an ancient Gastral city. What could have been, what would have been, and the record that's in there, the music that's in there is relevant to that piece. And that's really clever. Not clever in the sense that it's unheard of, is clever because there's an attention to detail. Like, I love collecting fashion. It's great to collect fashion. Oh, a little bit for both groups. Fashion, right? Fashion is the end game. We got fashion. Don't worry. Oh, and then like some mini games, which I'll talk about later. But fashion. Other, like, these are lower on the totem pole, but so many things. Now, what else? It's already 11:30, so I gotta wrap this up. I can't go without balancing something. So we got some TLDRs. We got to do our rating eventually. So some personal takes, my personal experiences, highlights. I did some digressions. All right. Yeah, I've tackled a lot of these things, right? There's not much blue, is there? Okay. So we'll put these in the blue category, which is the archetypes. Now, in order to highlight what's not in the game, it can be you push the limits of the archetype to make it into a hardcore thing. So in order to illustrate some of the things that the game can have, but maybe they chose not to because it's a little too hardcore, I can list a bit of them for both sides. And they're going to be under blue because it's more of a stereotype. It's a heavily correlated desire. So what is a correlated desire JRPGs? Multiple endings. Multiple endings. This is different. This is different from computer RPGs. Computer RPGs have reactive multiple endings. We're talking about multiple endings for the sake of having multiple endings. JRPGs have multiple endings that aren't like ripple effects through reactive storytelling. They're more like multiple endings to entertain what ifs. What ifs? The good ending, the bad ending, the perfect ending, the canon ending. That's something that JRPG staples would be like, this is hardcore. Give me this. Num 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 num. Right? But they gave you two endings, and both of them, I'm not going to spoil them, they hit so different that it went from I'm feeling the 50% of my emotions with one ending, and I'm feeling 50% of the other emotions with my the exact opposite 50% with feeling, and then the normal stuff in between, they're still there, but the things that you couldn't possibly have felt, and the things that you couldn't possibly have felt on both ends came with the ending. So it was a very way to, again, meaty, very streamlined balancing act. So it was nice. I did the Mael ending. This is not as spoilery. Mael ending in English, and I did the Versol ending in French, because also JRPGs, language does matter quite a lot, because it's very heavily narrated, right? It's heavily narrated and voice acting. So, and in fact, it's absolutely phenomenal that they were able to nearly have all the story elements, all the like actual lore bits and stuff with audio. So voice acting, right? Voice acting, more voice acting is probably something we're going to say about the JRPG side. And oftentimes we have to think about where's my like more towns, right? Subsystems, far more subsystems. What's an interesting subsystem that would be in JRPG? A pet? Companions? Like support pets? Things that come in and come out, that go in and go out? That is a very high staple of things. NPC side stories. This is where it gets bloated, right? Because you're catering to a hardcore environment. So JRPG hardcore staples that are typically in side stories, and not side stories in a lore-based thing. A lore-based thing is what they did. Those are not necessarily that. NPC side stories are persistent characters that come in, and it might not fit. Also, I can see a creative way to make it happen, but NPC side stories are the closest thing you have is like Alicia, Aline, like their background stories, and maybe the expedition, right? The journals are trying to make up for the lack of NPC side stories, like supporting cast. But the journals, oh, I totally forgot about the journals. The journals are lore building. Yeah, it's presented in the form of audio journals, in order to fit the theme. What's another thing? Oh, a metagame, more metagame, like lots more metagame. Probably things that deal with like unblockables, stat scaling, lots and lots more stat scaling, negation stuff, right? You have negation tactics. Mini games. There are mini games that I wrote. Like there are mini games here. And they're wonderful, but lean. So mini game fatigue is a really big thing against character RPGs. So that's why when you think of RPGs, a lot of times the mini games are actually a turnoff for some people who are not super hardcore. But mini games, lots and lots of mini games. And those mini games have internal systems, which there are here, but they're more like a take on pop culture. I won't spoil what they are, but internal systems, right? There is kind of a relation status, but it's very limited in that sense. But generally, the dire nature and the theme of the game restricted, like heavily focused on trying to curate a balance between character RPG and JRPG. So the cast is relatively small. The cast itself would be considered the main cast, and then there are two supporting characters. Eskie is one of them, technically. So there are supporting characters, but oftentimes NPC is populated by side stories. So whether for better or for worse, questing is an aspect of JRPGs, right? Oh, I forgot that on the JRPG side, there's stylized UI. The UI is very, very well stylized. There's not that much to really talk about in terms of novelty. Oftentimes it deals with volume, right? More meta, but more meta game. However, subsystems is a more thing, but most subsystems are new. They're usually unrelated. And then towns, pets, NPC, these are things that are strictly absent in the sense of the way I'm referring to them. Unblockables are largely absent with outside of status effects. And then stat scaling, that doesn't really exist in the game. Stats go up. Negation, when I think of things like that, are negation, compromise. Like compromise builds. There are some in it, but there are quite a lot more that you can do. They did touch upon some of them. Sacrificing your health to do something, not being able to heal to do more damage. So it is quite there. So, but they're not in a subsystem of their own, right? They are flavors of the bigger picture. Oftentimes, a lot of the JRPG requirements are the things about the depth of the many things that exist. But I'm trying to think of very specific things that are absent that you would find in it. My thing that I kind of like about some earlier JRPGs, or like some recent modern RPGs, which is done in serial, is what they did. So they swapped character focuses throughout the game, or the story is not long enough in the sense that it took it kind of was in serial, but usually in JRPGs there are also the idea of multiple perspectives. So there are multiple playthroughs of a JRPG that can encompass multiple perspectives. So they kind of did this too. You're gonna hear me sound like a broken record. Clair kind of does most of the things because that's what they're trying to balance. They're always touching upon it, and then the things that I'm thinking about are when you go harder into them. Like multiple perspectives, it's kind of like Act 1 and Act 2. Those are two different perspectives, but one person cease to persist, right, in order to make room. So the dynamics or the overall thing is not a dramatic shift, right? You're not talking about like a cast of characters interacting with another cast of characters, and that balloons JRPGs. JRPGs balloon really fast, and oftentimes it's very risky. when you start having like 12 to 16 characters. One game I would think about in these cases in the most recent years would be like something like Octopath Traveler, which was not mentioned. Octopath Traveler was not mentioned in any of the reviews or interviewers' curiosities. Or another one would be Suikoden, which was recently remastered. Actually, Suikoden 1 and 2 was recently remastered. So I'll see if I can think of any other thing. But on the character side, there is quite a lot of character RPG action things, right? Are there? Quick, I'm not the biggest on character RPGs, so a lot of it is vicarious. Oh, you know what is not present for the JRPG goer? Puzzles. Is there a puzzle? Hold. The closest puzzle game is a point and shoot, like just finding the painted cages. Oh, there is like one puzzle, and I kind of borked it really hard. I was a dunce. I actually spent it like 2 hours thinking like, wait, I thought I interacted with all the switches. It's the thing in the manor. I was being a doofus. I thought I hit X, interacted with something in it, but I didn't. And the whole time I assumed that, and it took me like 2 hours across 2 separate instances. But puzzles are like puzzles are more of the character RPG variety. Explore the puzzles, right? But not to the extent of the hardcore thing. So it's on both sides. We're talking about obscure. I know the word Clair Obscur. Obscure exploration for character RPGs. And then now we get to the same type of rhythm. When you go harder core, when you get harder, deeper into RPG, sometimes there are unique mechanics that emerge. But most of the time, it's like, how deep does it go? For example, multi-layer level design. That can get carried away fast. The way they went for it is they took a balance between JRPGs and character RPGs. Multi-layer level design is like a gold standard now, and it's often set by FromSoft when it comes to exploratory RPGs. They took like a middle route, which that's kind of what that demonstrates, right? Freeform progression. This game is not freeform progression. That often deals with like tackling challenges. You hear this pretty often from someone who plays character RPGs more than anything else. Like the person I was watching yesterday. The first thing he talked about when he ran into like the one optional chromatic right in the beginning of the game, and he's like, well, so the game tells you when it's danger, right? The thing is in danger is like, oh, you might be outscaled. There might be like JRPG elements that keep you from making this a little sane, like a little bit more approachable. And that person's like, well, when they say this, there's a will, there's a way. And yeah, you could beat that, but it's not freeform progression. So you have ways, they have ways of funneling, and it's more on the JRPG side. So freeform progression. So what I'm basically listing right now are the things, the compromises that they had to make as a hybrid game, because the hybrid game has to meet in the middle. So lots of the things that have to be met in the middle are neither strictly JRPG or character RPG. Freeform progression is definitely one of them. In order to allow Pictos and a lot of the scaling choices made and storytelling, right? Especially storytelling things. Freeform progression, that type of thing is very difficult to achieve. Like, for example, BioWare. Like, I think because of the nature of these higher standards in niche games, things that are achievable is like Baldur's Gate 3, and that's like one of hundreds of thousands of games where your freeform progression is reactive enough to your well-crafted story. So no freeform progression, right? You can't just fly to the end of the boss. Like, hey, what stops you from just going north into the jugular? Character RPGs. And even then, it's not completely freeform. I mean, you can say like a call out to Legends of Zelda, or the recent like Legends of Zelda Breath of the Wild, right? Go straight to Ganon. Shove a sword in his face. You got this. This game does not do that. It is a compromise between JRPGs and character RPGs. Movement. Live movement. Live movement or representation of position. Which Final Fantasy, Square Enix, with Final Fantasy VII, has taken a different approach to live movement and position, right? They have a stronger emphasis on character RPGs than they have on JRPGs of old, days of old, because this is Final Fantasy, so Final Fantasy has a history of that, where a character movement and actions are the lean, or the center point, and then the freezing, slowing, and command when you slow down time is to get it close, to elicit turn base and then action points, right? Like the ATB, right? Meanwhile, Clair leans slightly towards the JRPG side of things, where they remove and try to capture the essence of character RPGs to their core. And the core foundation is, yeah, you can move around, you can dodge, and then you can have wonky platforming. They deliberately make wonky platforming in this game, by the way, to illustrate, but it's compartmentalized. It's not involved in the combat. So, like, none of the times when, oh, you backed up and a wall got in the way and you got stuck in the wall and then the boss clobbered you, or you're in a really enclosed space, so this boss is hard because it's an enclosed space. So there's no position metagaming, there's no live movement or position metagaming in this game. You can't be suddenly, oh, this boss is interesting because it is in a small room. Regardless if it's small or big, it's independent. So there's no positioning. Character RPGs tend to have a lot of positioning. You're jostling, and it welcomes different strategies, right? It creates different role-playing solutions to dealing with the free movement. There are games that have movement and are still turn-based. In a way, Final Fantasy Rebirth is closer to character RPG. Like a Dragon uses movement. Like in a flat platform. Tales of Symphonia, or the Tales series, uses movement. Star Ocean uses movement. So there are positions in like maybe 2-dimension space or 3-dimensional space for that. And there is a nod to live movement position. There's a jump command in this game So they do nod to positional things, but positional things could be even more elegant in the terms of JRPGs design. You can have two-dimensional positions. So oftentimes left and right, when you have a left and right, this is more of a behind and front. The dynamic camera movement is fantastic. Actually, I forgot to list this as a character RPG thing. Dynamic camera movement. That is not as common for JRPGs because oftentimes the fixed camera has a very strategic reason that it is fixed camera. And then when you attack, you see the camera move. But in this way, even selection and between characters and stuff is dynamic. Like when you move to a character, the camera shifts over, UI, like it's now it's more of a standard, I think. Like now, like because of Persona and others where there's a dynamic movement, it creates that little thing. But the camera does not feed into the play style as much for the JRPG element, but for the character RPG elements. So like right when a boss hits you, the camera slows down, it can zoom in, it can zoom out to give you cues to, and it accentuates a lot more of the combination of how character RPGs affected JRPG design. It gives you that visceral feeling. But classically, JRPGs have used different ways to elicit position by keeping a fixed camera movement, where like on the left side, you can have 3 positions, right? You can have forward line, middle line, back line. You can have in and out. It could be isometric, right? There are many ways to elicit position in a turn-based game, but it's neither that's not where the game has no axes or other than the jump command. So they did do a little cheeky jump, which I really appreciate. Free aim is in this game, but it's not free aim in the way that it's great. So this is still an acknowledgement. So it's still more of things. Free aim, they did incorporate free aim, which is used to shoot weak points, shoot flyers, and also, which I didn't know that's what you're supposed to do, but apparently you can shoot other creatures to stagger them. So then you can use a first strike. So to start an encounter, you can actually use your free aim to stagger. I had no idea that's what you're supposed to do. And then there is free aim in the environment, right? You can shoot things because there are slight puzzles. There are slight puzzles, but not to the extent. And then there's no environmental maze. Like, yeah, there's just no absent, a complex in a way of JRPG standard ones. Like, I waited to see if they put in a maze level. They did. And no endless towers either. The endless tower is more like the tower, but not the tower. Like, you don't have to trudge through the level environment reducing. Here's interesting thing. Which I think they'll add later. Boss rush. Now, when I mean by boss rush, I don't necessarily mean they do have some elements of a boss rush. The endless tower is the closest thing to a boss rush, but boss rush like a stadium. Or for run purposes, a run mode. Not literally running, but doing runs. That deals with the replayability thing. So in this way, in JRPGs, now this isn't always true, but I like to think that it becomes a gold standard. New Game Plus variants. Now, it's kind of also part of character RPGs, but I think it's more about running, like a boss rush running. when it comes to character RPGs. In new game variants, it's about varying the experience with like Easter eggs and variant tit for tat things that deal with story narrations, like jibber jabber when it comes to various things. New game variation when it comes to replayability, it's sufficient, and I think it's more sufficient for character RPG style. It's way more shifted over here. Basically, what is great about the replayability of the game is it's so streamlined, it's so straight and optional, and things are very compartmentalized that I can see myself doing a different type of run through it. And then New Game Plus preserves the essential things that allow you to do runs. Like, I will do a run where I use no stats at all. So you can reset your stats and never allocate your stats. That's a level 1 run, right? You can decide how many attribute points you're allowed and do like a level 30 run. Or you can deliberately equip and unequip Lumina in order to create runs. So there's a harder catering to a character RPG thing, while JRPG, more subsystems, more metagames. Like, this boss is now immune to fire instead of ice, that kind of thing, right? Those things are variances in which you do not create new content, but you create replayability, and that could come at the cost of how lean the game is already. But in New Game Plus, that variant is it's compared to nothing. There's like, I know it said it increases the boss toughness and whatnot, but that is where I think this is the form of criticism that lies on both JRPG and character RPG. There's no post game replayability that isn't designed, that is designed by the devs. However, what is here coincidentally, and or maybe by design, is promoted through how lean the game is. So like, there's no thing. Listen, Coffers, I'm almost done. All right, you weren't even. It's almost 12. I got it. So in New Game Plus, no like a post game optimization. Like, you can have a stadium which runs through all the bosses. That's fair. Which requires maybe the asset of constructing the bosses. You knocked out in bed watching YouTube? Listen, what are you talking about? It's like, it's not even midnight there, Alphers. What the heck? And in the JRPG thing, swapping up the properties or randomizers, like randomizer that can break the flow of the game. But the idea is, past the New Game Plus, you're creating something to accentuate replayability that you're not fluffing necessarily. You're repurposing the thing where they're otherwise non-existent. There's nothing else after New Game Plus, right? I replayed the game because of language. There's a French and the English dub, so I wanted to listen to the story again in a different language. That is probably not catering to either of these, honestly, these archetypes. It's a more of a happenstance of culture kind of thing. So not much to talk about. And you'd be thinking like, yeah, a game that is so well celebrated for its target audience, for its targeted audience. Yeah, not much to say. Other than you can do more, but that would be not the idea of in the spirit of what they're talking about. They're trying to create a targeted, ambition scope, very targeted, ambitious scope, where it captures just the right amount of balance. There was a comment on an interview that legitimately, I didn't watch all of these interviews verbatim, but more like interviews, wrap-ups, and transcripts, the director or people from the devs said that they didn't want this game to be a long experience. They want to make a game long enough with enough balance of things in order for them to continue making games in the future. I think there was a comment made about originally this game was like 20 hours. It kind of slightly ballooned to 30 hours, and then if you're really doing the things like I'm doing, like shenanigans, you get 40 hours. And I actually got around 50 to 60 hours with all my chatting. So if I removed all my like 3 hours of randomly monologuing in the beginning of stuff, I think it was like 40 hours. I think they were really on the mark, and they wanted a game that doesn't overstay its welcome in any regards. So whenever you're thinking about what's missing from the game, it's often an element of overstaying its welcome at the expense of the compromise between a JRPG and a character RPG. Like if you have multi-layered level design and then you're trying to meet the level quota or the expansive level narration of a JRPG, that game is going to be so long from walking alone, right? So having too much of a lot of things is often offset as a compromise. If you have freeform progression, then how do you create JRPG mechanics that have stat scaling in the same game as a free-forming progressing game? They met in the middle. A little of this, a little of that, enough to do that. If you had a free aim game, then how do you make it turn-based? Or if you have a free aim game, how do you make the characters not get crippled? Like there's so many things. Like if you make a live movement game, how do you refine your system to include movement and position without making it look like it's going to sacrifice a JRPG system for accounting solely for movement, right? So everything that comes about has have another consideration, and that's basically like if you have more metagame, for example, if something is immune to something, then how does that affect your character RPG? Well, if you can't win if you can't deal damage to something because of some metagame, then it doesn't matter how good you are in real-time defense or offense, you're going to lose because you can't beat the character, you can't beat the boss. There are some few funny nods though where the boss just gives up, but that's what happened. I think there are so many cheeky little, like, we know, like, I don't know if it's because they deliberately did that, like they were thinking about counter arguments to their design, or they just wanted to have fun with their concepts. But either way, I think understanding and playing RPGs lead to these gimmicks, like lead to they are gimmicks because they only occur once in a while. So one of them is the battle just goes on too long, and then sorry, a little spoilery, but the battle just goes too long and people just quit. The boss just quits. And that's what I would think from the video game side of things. Like the player, it's like, wait, I can't do any damage to the boss, so what's the point of constantly dodging and QTEs and stuff? I can't kill the boss. So at some point, it's just me quitting. So they do kind of make some of the gimmicky meta games ahead of time. Like they made the meta for the meta. They solved the problem on its own, and the gimmick or the funny thing is just to test your patience, right? And I would totally be one of those people. It's all right. I think, yeah, we're past midnight, so there are so much more things to talk about, but I think I have gone on long enough. I think one of the greatest things are the things in red, the TLDR, right? Just right, balanced, discipline, lots of influences everywhere, but I named lots of influences, first times, or gold standards. Oftentimes, if I had to describe all the, you take this part that works really well, this part that works really well, and then you put them all together, and then the only thing you can think about in a game is, can I have more of everything? That deserves our last topic. This is our last topic. And that is our personal rating, right? And earnestly, there's not much to write about. You have, actually, we'll just write over this thing. So, what's a very fun color? Red? Yellow. Okay. So, last rating. Oftentimes, I would give separate ratings. And I would say, if I were to level out the stuff, JRPG, slightly higher. I wouldn't say, in terms of JRPG, those who are like, sure, I can use a little of the character RPG. I would say, whoa. Right. So over here, right, this thing. .5 out of 10. And then the character RPG side of things, right? All the stuff over here. 8.5 out of 10. And for me personally, it goes without saying. 10 out of 10. Easiest 10 out of 10. Probably easiest 10 out of 10. Because I actually like everything that's written on here. And then some. And I have no problem saying that I don't need more. There's so much more. Like I can talk about like hours about the story itself, the world itself, and whatnot. I do want more. Don't get me wrong. I do want more. And there's already like teasers and whatnot, and interviewer like in interviews, like they had plans and now they're changing them, and that's cool. Because if next year means like whatever they're doing, oh, and obviously it goes without saying that they're probably gonna move on to a new game as well, so I can't wait to play their game. But yes, 10 out of 10, right? 10 out of 10. Easy. I give quite a lot of 10s in a way for my own personal rating. But rarely is it extraordinarily not the average of the two. Like if I were being reasonable here, I would say like a 9 out of 10 if I was split between two things. But ultimately there was no split here. And most of the time, well, I give more 10s when I'm streaming. Compared to the volume of games that I have played, there are very few 10s. In fact, I think my 10 percentage is far lower than someone who's writing professionally. We're talking about a 10 out of 10 out of like at least 1,200 games over my lifetime. So it's not, there might be 30 games maybe that are 10 out of 10s out of like 1,000. So if we take that, 1,000, 30.3%, 0.3% of games are 10 out of 10s. So And I don't live long enough to get more 10 out of 10s. So to me, what does the 10 stand for? It's my decade game. This is one of those decade games. And in this genre of decade games, my last 10 was Dave the Diver. But everything that Clair Obscur is not, Dave the Diver fulfills a different sphere. And that sphere may be arguably even bigger than the sphere of this, which is the cozy, casual sim game. So that's if you want to feel what I have to say about Dave the Diver, I did something for Dave the Diver as well. And I'm going back to Dave the Diver in July because of DLCs. Mint Rocket, as part of Nexon, aggressively puts out content, right? And they have a collaboration with Like a Dragon. So, and then I play a Like a Dragon game every time it comes out now. And so far it looks like they might release one every 2 years, every year. And a Clair Obscur, like a Sandfall, might have some comments about the way Sega manages their iterative design when it comes to their JRPG series, right? They're very different philosophies. And I, in my opinion, appreciate my last 10 out of 10 was Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, right? So, but they're for a very different reason. Like the stuff that I've written here, barely any of these actually make the cut. Yes, there are QTEs, there are positions, there's perfect guarding, but the legacy building of Like a Dragon is the near opposite of the philosophy of Clair Obscur. Clair Obscur is about balance, vignetting, life is fleeting, period pieces, just enough to be satisfying. Like a Dragon is investment, investment, investment. We invested in a cast of characters. We want these characters to be living, breathing, virtual projections of our creation. These characters are not going anywhere. They're not fleeting. They're legacy building. It's about tradition, legacy, posterity, and so it's quite literally, philosophically, or figuratively, I guess, quite figuratively the opposite of the philosophy behind Clair Obscur when it comes to design. And they are both JRPG games, or JRPG games with various things that constantly encroach from character RPG games. Not computer RPG games. Like a Dragon is nowhere in the neighborhood of computer RPG games or ARPG games as well. They do not have branching paths. They do not have multiple endings. They have figuratively implying bond stuff, but yes, it's much like Clair Obscur's choice, right? So it's a little bit of a particular thing. Anyways, yeah, 10 out of 10. No reservations. So there you go. It's a great wrap up. It's the end of May. It's finally past midnight, so technically it's the end of May, and this was the project. And I usually leave with some like future directions and whatnot. We're gonna see this again, man. I'm gonna be talking hours about a revisit to in what way are they revisiting Clair Obscur. We'll see, and maybe I'll have like a plushie to show off next time we come by. But there is something tangential, if not related, to Clair Obscur, right? I don't want to say this as a they might adulterate the experience and stuff like that. That's a risk they'll take. But I do see that not from the sake of business or purchasing opportunities or something. Sandfall just doesn't strike me as that. It's the idea that I think there's so much more gas in the tank. Oftentimes when I think about games and people say, oh, they should do more of this game, it's like, but then it could get boring, and then I don't even think they finished telling their story. Maybe they did. They didn't give me the impression that they did. I would love to hear someone say, what I didn't read enough interviews, but what are things that didn't make it into the game? Do you think you can were there more things about the game that did not come to life? Right? We're talking about now, we're getting into the hardcore nitty-gritty of director commentary and backstage things, canceled scenes, cutscenes that didn't make it into the game, theory crafting that didn't make it before the game release. Usually you would think that often these are very apparent because of mainline games like AAA titles. They tend to keep digging for these things, but when it comes to a kind of a shadow drop or like a drop of a first debut game, these questions are often explored after the fact. And to me, I think they had so many things in the game that is already set in stone that any of them can create offshoots and whatnot. Of course, I don't necessarily want Clair Obscur and Sandfall to be attached to one IP. Personally, I'm a person that likes to expand, and RGG, after 15 plus years or something, like 10 plus years, their new series is called Project Century, or it's titled under Project Century, and they're gonna do something too. And pivots are tough, but if you stay in this type of brainstorming matter, they usually get really good at it, in my opinion. Like Supergiant Games, although Hades 2 is a thing now, and I don't mind either way. Death Stranding 2 is coming out soon at the end of this month, so we'll see how Kojima holds up, right? I think early impressions, in my opinion, if I had to take a guess, Death Stranding 2, a lot of sequels are bigger and more, but not necessarily we're going to take all the risk. So for me, I think this is a wonderful opportunity for Sandfall to say, hey, guys, you asked for more. Let's do more of everything with the same balance. But understand that our next game, our new IP, is where we take more risks. So while you have to understand that the second game typically does not want to take risk, it's more of the established game. And that's usually what the second games are. Last of Us 2, Doom Eternal, Death Stranding 2, probably. Horizon, God of War. They are a refinement of the hit, and I look forward to that. I would be lying if I don't want it now. I do want it now, but I am a grown adult and I understand the time it takes and stuff. Like I want it to, like, right now, if you want, or by the end of Christmas. Oh, wouldn't it be a wonderful Christmas gift? We'll see. Maybe I'll see you guys in Christmas. All right. So there you have it. Thank you for listening, or see you in the future, right? I'm talking to myself, really. We'll reflect upon this, and maybe we'll come back in Christmas to see more Clair Obscur stuff. All right, folks, thanks for hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, thank you. As always, feel free to chime in, talk about your maybe grievances or all the points that I missed that didn't encompass your perspective. The idea is exchanging ideas, right? Exchanging ideas, exchanging feelings, talk about ideas, be expressive to yourself. I do this not necessarily for the sake of pandering to other people. I do this in the sake of encapsulating, demonstrating that I have done something, talk about something, and also give a little exercise in framework and intellectual review or retrospection. Because if I ever wanted to make something, design something, or talk about something, this is the exercise that I go through on a daily basis, by the way. All of this that I've said now is improvisational, as in I think about this as I'm going. All my introductions and my endings, they are off the script. We do it live here. So if you enjoy that through my ums and random eating habits and coughing, then you're more than welcome to come along, share a hot take, and we'll digress all day long about this. Although today I have to leave because Coffers is like getting on my case. Coffers, I know. I was actually planning on ending on midnight. All right, folks, stay safe, stay healthy. Pick up Clair Obscur. July is coming around. If you're in the NA region or other regions, summer sale. I am actually going to pick up a bunch of games on a summer sale because this year has been pretty boss. So, I will not be surprised. Oh, and it ends with one of my favorite tracks in the game. Momo's track. So good. All right, folks. Take care. Stay safe. Yeah, try it out for yourself. I might have spoiled quite a lot of things, but it is not even close to the experience of this game. If RPG is ever in someone's like tongue or thing, I didn't even talk about the French side of things. Let's close it up. Take care. I'll see you guys on the next gaming project. Otherwise, you can stop by when I'm language learning. I'm on every day language learning, right? Alright, take care. Bye now.